Chapter 315. Oh my God. 500,000. Sua Xiaoduo was shocked. This young lady was too generous, and she was also very beautiful. She was a proper Miss Perfect, a big customer. Miss, you. Master Sua, you don't remember. The girl smiled sweetly. Thank you for helping me find my parents. I have been treating my parents, nursing them back to health, and tidying up their residence. I actually forgot to come and thank you. I'm really sorry. When she said this, Sua Xiaoduo immediately remembered, so it's you. This girl was Immerse. She bowed deeply again, thank you. Sua Xiaoduo, who had connected the whole story and understood the cause and effect, was sincerely happy for the family reunion. After this bow, a drop of luck point suddenly fell from the sky. Sua Xiaoduo immediately felt a warm feeling all over his body, and he chuckled. What do you plan to do in the future, miss? Immerse said, I came this time not only to thank Master Sua for guiding our family reunion, but also to ask Master Sua, what should I do in the future? Sua Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, and carefully looked at Immerse's face, and said in a deep voice, Miss, you've been fine recently. At least there's no disaster or illness, and you're safe. Immerse said, I'm not asking about that, but about my future plans. You don't plan to go back? Sua Xiaoduo muttered in his heart. This girl couldn't have betrayed him, right? Wasn't that too easy? I definitely won't go back. Immerse said a little sadly, the hatred for my parents is already irreconcilable, not to mention that I am a person of astral souls. How can I be an enemy of my own race? Only the heavens knew how much pain and struggle Immerse had gone through when she made this decision. Although she said it with such a calm attitude, her heart was definitely not as calm as she looked on the surface. If you stay. Sua Xiaoduo couldn't bear it, and said, it may lead to the death of your parents. Ah. Immerse was dumbfounded. Yes, that's what your physiognomy shows. Sua Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, Miss, if you want to be safe, you have to leave Phoenix City and head north. That way, you'll be safe. All the way north. Immerse muttered. Sua Xiaoduo looked at Immerse's pretty face and said softly, let's go to Shangjing. Moreover, the sooner they moved, the better. Take your parents and leave immediately. Immerse didn't expect Sua Xiaoduo to give such a suggestion. His mind was in a mess and he couldn't make up his mind. That's all for now. Sua Xiaoduo said, Miss and I are fated to meet your father and your mother, so I might as well say a few more words to you. He pondered for a moment and said, enter the forest when you see it, retreat when you see water, stop when you see light, save when you see adversity, do good when you see good, punish when you see evil. Immerse silently recited and said, I'll remember it. Thank you, Grandmaster, for your guidance. She looked at Sua Xiaoduo and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth and was about to leave. Wait. Sua Xiaoduo smiled and said, karma goes back and forth, and there's a beginning and an end. Saying so, he untied the greedy wolf's heart from his neck and said, I'll return it to its rightful owner. I wish Miss good luck and longevity. Thank you. Immerse held the greedy wolf's heart tightly and bowed deeply. With this greedy wolf's heart, her divine soul had a chance to be completely perfected. At the same time, she no longer had to be afraid of being tracked by the Umno Alliance's greedy wolf sect. Otherwise, if her divine soul was incomplete, no matter where she hid, she would be in great danger. Go, your path to survival and your opportunity should all be in Shangjing. Sua Xiaoduo let out a carefree smile, displaying the charm of an immortal and Taoist priest. Immerse bowed deeply and turned to leave. Sua Xiaoduo sighed softly. Even if he went to Shangjing, it would be full of risks. He could only hope that he would do more good deeds, increase his luck, and avoid the jinx. After all, he couldn't be by his side every day. Masters would not only earn 10 million today, but also more. Naturally, he was in high spirits and went back happily. It was also on this day that Mu Yanyan, who had successfully broken through to the cloud transformation realm, returned to Phoenix City to meet up with Sui Xiaoyan. The master and disciple had nothing to do and chatted, thinking that there was still more than a month before Sui Xiaoyan would go to Divine Phoenix High School for the next semester. Since they had nothing to do, the master and disciple duo had a discussion. Mainly because of Sui Xiaoyan's urging, the master and disciple duo disguised themselves and prepared to go to South G City to watch Sui Xiaoyan's competition. Going with them was Qiu Yunshang, who had nothing to do since he obtained the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. After I finish watching the competition, I'll go straight back to Zizai's sect. Qiu Yunshang wasn't in a good mood. It could even be said that he was disappointed. He had been busy for many days, but he didn't gain anything. Although Mu Yanyan had suffered a lot, in the end, she obtained a genius disciple who had completely obtained the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. She had also successfully broken through to the cloud transformation realm through this battle. As for Qiu Yunshang, there was nothing to talk about, it was all tears. His brother had been single for a long time, and his disciple, Ning Qingqing, had gone missing when the Ning family was ruined. Sui Xiaoduo naturally didn't know that the three of them were going to watch the competition together. Because he was currently gathering at the school. Luo Lai and Hu Ruoyun led the team, bringing along Sui Xiaoduo, Wan Li Xiu, Long Yuxing, Li Chengming, Yu Moyan, and Li Chenglong, to Nanji City. We only have one goal, to be the champion. Hu Ruoyun only said one sentence before leaving. The old principal is watching us from the heavens, waiting for us to return with honor. Champion. Sui Xiaoduo raised his arms and shouted. Champion. Long Yuxing and the other four roared at the same time. Like a tiger roaring in the valley, although they were inexperienced, they already had an imposing manner. After this period of experience, Long Yuxing and the others had changed greatly. The original immaturity had faded away, replaced by the sharpness of an unsheathed blade that had yet to be sheathed. Their sharpness was revealed from head to toe. The 8 of them strode out of second high with their heads held high, hurrying on foot, and training along the way. High up in the sky, a graceful figure flashed past. That was Sister Lan. Sister Lan had been back for a few days, but she chose to stay at Phoenix Head Temple and accompany He Yuanyue. Although she occasionally returned to second high, she left in a hurry every time. It was really nostalgic and sad. It was better to accompany her in front of the grave, where her heart would be at peace. But today, the thing that He Yuanyue had been thinking about when she was alive began, so Sister Lan naturally had to secretly escort her. Along the way, it was Long Yuxing and the others who charged in front to open up the path. Sui Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was lectured by Hu Ruoyun the entire way. Sui Xiaoduo's head was 3 times bigger after being lectured along the way, but he did not dare to disobey a single word. After all, Hu Ruoyun was one of the 3 people that Sui Xiaoduo feared the most in the world today. Remember to control your temper. If others don't kill you, we can't take the initiative to kill you. If we act rashly, we'll only provoke public anger. The opponents you're fighting now are fellow astral souls, not members of the Umno Alliance. Hu Ruoyun's mouth was dry from all the talking, and she wanted to end the topic. Unexpectedly, these words of finalization piqued Sui Xiaoduo's interest, and the blood in his body was stimulated by these words. We can still kill them. If the other party kills us first, we can counterattack and kill them. Sui Xiaoduo was in high spirits, and his words were full of conviction, hinting at something. Hu Ruoyun was speechless. She could not help but feel that all the words she had said were in vain. This kid was clearly more interested in fighting and killing. In this kind of martial arts competition, if possible, there shouldn't be any casualties. Moreover, the judges of the competition are at least in the inner core realm. If anything goes overboard, they'll stop it immediately to ensure that there won't be any casualties to the students. However, there are always some unexpected situations, and it's hard to avoid them. Hu Ruoyun said, so. If the other party clearly has ill intentions towards us and kills us as soon as they come, and if you can't fight them, then admit defeat immediately. Don't give the other party a chance to kill you all. Sua Xiao Duo was in high spirits. Teacher, you must be hinting at something. Do we have enemies in second high? The kind that we can't deal with? Yes, there is indeed. Hu Ruoyun sighed. She didn't want to say it, but this matter had to be said. If Sua Xiao Duo and the others did not know, it would be easy for them to suffer a big loss in the competition. If they were not careful, not only would they lose the competition, they might even be seriously injured and lose their lives. Our second high school had achieved great results in the large competition 3 years ago and entered the unprecedented top 10. We even defeated Boyang City's first high school, which had always been ranked between 80 and 90 in the top 10. Since then, both sides have been suppressing their anger. 2 years ago, we rushed to the 9th place and defeated Fenghai City's 13th high. Since then, Fenghai City's 13th high has been against second high. Last year, we stabilized at the 9th place, and again defeated Boyang City's first high and Fenghai City's 13th high. However, during the competition last year, the atmosphere was already very dangerous. It said that a student from Fenghai City's 13th high died after returning. Hu Ruoyun said, the enmity has been formed, so we must not be careless. Luo Lai said at the side, in fact, it's not just that. We in Fenghai City's 13th high have long. Back then, you, Teacher Hu Ruoyun interrupted, Teacher Luo. She actually stopped Luo Lai from continuing. Luo Lai sighed and could only stop talking. Sua Xiao was heart-moved. He seemed to be thinking, but on the surface, he pretended that he didn't hear anything. His eyes lit up. Wow, isn't this equal to the Jianghu grudges, revenge breeds revenge? I like it. Hu Ruoyun couldn't catch her breath for a long time. Did this brat not understand human language? How could it be revenge breeds revenge? Well, although it was indeed revenge breeds revenge. In short, all of you have to be careful. Once the competition starts, all of you will be in charge. The only thing we can do is to watch from the side. We can't even speak to warn you. At most, when the situation is critical, we can take your place and admit defeat. Sua Xiaoduo chuckled and rolled his eyes. This seemed to be quite fun that it could even involve Teacher Hu's previous injury. Chapter 316. On the afternoon of the 16th, the representatives of Phoenix City's No. 2 High School arrived at South G City and checked into the rooms arranged by the Spirit Spring Hotel. On the morning of the 17th, Hu Ruoyun brought the representatives to eat breakfast. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they coincidentally saw a team coming from the opposite direction. The leader of the team was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. However, his eyes lit up the moment he saw Hu Ruoyun. He quickly walked over and said, "Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this Teacher Hu from Phoenix City's No. 2 High School?" Hu Ruoyun was neither servile nor overbearing. She said indifferently, "So it's Teacher Li from Fenghai City's No. 13 High School." "Hello." Sua Xiaoduo sensed a murderous aura coming from Hu Ruoyun. It seemed to be an illusion as it disappeared immediately. Luo Lai, who was standing at the side, shouted, "Li, It's actually you this time. His voice was filled with anger. Sua Xiaoduo and the others felt that there was a story behind this. When the 6 students behind Teacher Li heard the words Phoenix City's number 2 high school, their eyes lit up and they quickly turned their heads to look. Sua Xiaoduo and the others also turned their heads to look. Their eyes met at the same time. Unlike Long Yuxing and the others, Long Yuxing and the others' eyes were filled with vigilance and fighting spirit. On the other hand, Sua Xiaoduo's eyes were filled with curiosity. He looked over like a curious baby. When Master Zuo's eyes met the other party's sharp gaze, he actually looked shocked. He turned his head away and then immediately turned back. It was as if he was frightened by the other party, but he immediately reacted and forced himself not to show weakness. Although this change was temporary, the 6 people opposite him were already thinking about something. They all had the same thought in their hearts. The students of Phoenix City's number 2 high school this year seemed to be a bit soft that they couldn't help but feel contempt in their hearts. Teacher Li greeted, "Teacher Hu, it's been a few years since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. Congratulations." Hu Ruoyun said indifferently, "If Teacher Li has nothing else to say, we'll go eat now." Teacher Li smiled and said, "I heard that your school's old principal, He Yuanyue, died some time ago. It's really rude of us not to be there to offer our condolences." Hu Ruoyun suddenly turned her head, her eyes sharp. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Moyan had already rushed out. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. "Li, you better watch your mouth." This Teacher Li chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. However, his gaze had already signaled something. A tall and thin male student next to him, who should be the captain of the 13th middle school in Fenghai City, stepped forward and said, "What, your old principal is not dead?" "She's dead, but we can't talk about it." "Do you think that if we don't talk about it, we won't talk about it, and we won't talk about it?" Teacher Li has only expressed regret from beginning to end. You students of Phoenix City's number 2 high school, don't you have any manners? What are you trying to do by drawing swords and drawing swords? You! Long Yuxing clenched his fists and rushed out. "Wait!" Hu Ruoyun pulled him back and said, "Using force before a match is punishable." She turned her head and said, "Teacher Li, we'll meet on the field." That Teacher Li faintly smiled. "All right, then I hope that you will be able to meet us in the arena. I really want to see how many genius students there are in Phoenix City's 2nd senior high school without the old principal. You'll see." Hu Ruoyun's gaze was sharp. Teacher Li chuckled. Teacher Hu has recovered his cultivation, and his aura is unprecedented. Amazing, amazing. Without saying a word, he led the students away. Yu Moyan's eyes were spitting fire. He shouted, "On the field, I won't be merciful." That Teacher Li paused, turned her head and smiled. "That's great, we don't intend to be merciful. Everyone has the same thought, the same principle, the same. Damn it." Yu Moyan was so angry that his chest was about to explode. "Swa, when we're dealing with this school, I request to be on the field. I must be on the field." Long Yuxing and the others were also so angry that their faces were flushed red, and their eyes were spitting fire. They respected the old principal, He Yuanyue, the most. How could they tolerate being humiliated? Sua Xiaoduo snorted and said loudly, "I, the Iron Fist young master, have long been thirsty for iron fists. It won't be your turn." In the distance, that Teacher Li's ears twitched, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The captain of Phoenix City's number 2 high school was called the Iron Fist Young Master. Not bad, not bad. But just from a nickname, you've already exposed all of your details. How nice. At the back. Hu Ruoyun warned seriously, "Don't be rash. The referees this time are all from the High Martial Arts Academy." First, they're referees, and second, they're recruiting students. If you perform well, you'll be recruited directly. It's related to your own futures, so you must not lose points. Sua Xiao Duo and the other 5 shrugged. After confirming their gazes, they all had the same thought. If we don't take revenge for Teacher Hu and the other party for humiliating the old principal, what's the use of keeping some face? The more we think about it, the angrier we get. The more we take a step back, the more we think about it. Sua Xiao Duo raised his arms. We'll kill them. Behind him, Li Chenglong, Li Chengming, and Yu Moyan shouted at the same time, kill them. It was as if they were injected with chicken blood. Hu Ruoyun was speechless. My well-intentioned words were all for the air to hear. As the top 10 of the previous competition, they naturally received the same treatment as the top 10. One of the 9 suites was in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. The interior space of these suites was extremely large. It could almost be described as enormous. Even if 8 people each had a room, there would still be 2 extra rooms, a meeting room, a reception room, and a large living room. As for the other teams, it was already good enough to have a small suite. The boys all slept in the living room, and the girls squeezed into the rooms. Above these suites, there was an even more advanced Supreme Room. This Supreme Room was specially set up for the first place of the competition. Although the total volume of the room was the same as the rooms of the bottom 9, it was said that there were cultivation resources placed everywhere. There were also various fruits that contained spiritual energy, various weapons, and 10 bottles of heaven-grade spiritual wine that could increase one's cultivation by several years after drinking it. All the resources could be eaten, drunk, and taken as much as one wanted. Other than weapons, other consumables could be replenished at any time after one finished eating and drinking. Even if one wanted to do it 10 times a day, it wouldn't be a problem. And these benefits were all prepared for the Supreme Room of the first place. The others, even the second place of the competition, did not receive similar treatment. Hu Ruoyun listened to the introduction while eating breakfast. Sua Xiao Duo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Doesn't that mean that after the first place team members come, they can use these things to increase their cultivation by 1 level? They can even increase their cultivation without limit during the days they stay here. Sua Xiao Duo said in a very displeased manner, in this way, wouldn't it be impossible for the first place to escape the grasp of that academy after obtaining first place once? Who was the one who set this stupid rule? Sure. Hu Ruoyun was startled. This is the rule set by the headquarters of the Martial Star Alliance. Don't talk nonsense. It's really unfair. Sua Xiao Duo murmured to himself, they increase their cultivation as soon as they arrive, and we can only watch. Then, after they increase their cultivation, we have to have a so-called fair competition in front of everyone. Sua Xiao Duo kept talking nonsense. Just when everyone thought that he was indignant and even wanted to challenge this unfairness, he suddenly said, okay. Unexpectedly, this fellow abruptly said, but in the end, I still quite like this kind of unfair reward rule. Faced with such a godly turn of events, everyone at the table was stunned. This guy complained for a long time, and he said this. Was he crazy? Sua Xiao Duo happily added, as long as we get first place this time, when our Phoenix City No. 2 high school competes again in the future, as long as the people who come are not too weak, won't we be able to sit on the treasure for many years? As long as we control it well, it's not impossible to occupy this place for many years. Li Chenglong and the others rolled their eyes. Do we need you to say such a simple thing? This is the treatment you get when you get first place. Tell me, what's the point of your strange words? Sua Xiao Duo slammed the table and stood up. His expression turned sullen and pained. What's wrong with me saying strange words? The problem now is that I risked my life to get first place, but I can't enjoy it myself. Instead, it will benefit next year's little brats. It'll be strange if I'm happy. Hearing this, the group of people felt as if they had come to a sudden realization. It turned out that this guy was uncomfortable because of this, but this was in line with his character. For a moment, they all smiled bitterly. This rule was like this. If you were unhappy, uncomfortable, or even dissatisfied, there was nothing you could do about it. In the afternoon of this day, last year's first place Hidden Dragon No. 1 high school finally arrived. The competition would officially begin tomorrow. A group of 2 girls, 4 boys, and 6 teenagers, led by 2 teachers, walked into the Spirit Spring Hotel with their heads held high. The boys wore black robes, and the girls wore white robes. When they looked around, their sharp aura was overflowing, and they had an outstanding demeanor. So pretentious. Including Zhua Xiao Duo, all the students who saw this scene curled their lips at the same time. At this moment, the hearts of thousands of people resonated with each other. 18th day. After going through the cumbersome etiquette process, the leaders' speeches, and the various representative speeches. After Zhua Xiao Duo had slept at the competition's division area finally began. Phoenix City No. 2 High School was divided into 3 divisions. No one knew if luck was good or bad, or if it was a coincidence, but the first match was very ridiculous. The opponent's choice. For the first match, Phoenix City No. 2 High School's opponent was Phoenix City No. 1 High School. This made everyone's jaws drop. One must know that although Phoenix City No. 1 High School's ranking in these years was not high, but they could still fight a few rounds and try their luck. It was even possible for them to enter the top 50. But now, their first match was against Phoenix City No. 2 High School. The teacher in charge of the No. 1 High School was dumbfounded and speechless. This kind of luck, how bad was it? The first match was actually Phoenix City's Civil War. Chapter 3:17. Even if the second high school lost its spiritual leader, Yuanyue, even if there were many unforeseen events, even if there were many negative situations. But with their record of being in the top 10 for several consecutive years, defeating the Phoenix City First High School was not difficult at all. Comparatively speaking, the Phoenix City First High School was going to be defeated in one battle. That was the real tragedy. After going on stage, the moment the 2 sides met, they looked at each other and were slightly stunned. Both sides' expressions were somewhat interesting. Because the representatives of the first high school, 3 of them were the Feng City Third Young Master. In just a moment, Zhua Xiao Duo and the others showed a strange and interesting expression on their faces, while the people on the other side looked as if they had lost their parents and were scared before the battle even started. What happened after that became more and more confusing, making everyone dumbfounded. The 6 contestants from the Phoenix City First High School were pale and their legs could not stand straight. Especially the Feng City Third Young Master, who was trembling like a sieve and his eyes were full of fear. It was probably some bad memories that rushed into their minds. When the other party was only a martial master, he was able to beat them and they had to sign a humiliating contract to survive. If they were to fight again. Under everyone's gaze, the captain of the Phoenix City Second High School, Zhua Xiao Duo, stood up and said with a smile, 1 million. On the other side, the 6 people nodded together. Zhua Xiao Duo said, 1 million each. On the other side, the 6 people who looked more and more defeated nodded again like chickens pecking at rice. Zhua Xiao Duo nodded and smiled. Then, the 6 contestants from the Phoenix City First High School turned around and faced the judges. We admit defeat and forfeit. Everyone, including the judges and even Luo Lai, Hu Ruoyun, and the 2 teachers from the first high school, were all stunned without exception. In fact, it was not just them. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned and did not know what to think. What was this? It was over just like that. Admit defeat. Forfeit. Xiao Duo raised his hands in victory. Ha 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 ha, we won, victory in the first battle. The audience became even more silent. A female judge showed a look of disdain and said, victory in the first battle. This is blatant bribery. Xiao Duo said disdainfully, Mr. Judge, the fact is that the other party has forfeited. We have won without a fight. In this arena, what we want is the result, not the process, right? And we used the shortest amount of time, so we are first place. This is also within the rules. The crowd immediately fell into an uproar as they discussed wildly. His ability to spend money is really strong. For the sake of a victory, he directly threw out 6 million to buy a forfeit. It's really good to be rich. Hateful rich second generation. Poor people like us don't have a day of success. Those 6 people from Phoenix City No. 1 middle school really have no guts. They sold themselves for a mere 6 million. A mere 6 million. Even if you give me 1 million, I can still admit defeat. Can you afford such a price? A teacher from No. 1 middle school rushed out with a black face and slapped Ting Hao's face. What's wrong with you? You bastard, you're too useless. Ting Hao and the other 5 became even more dejected. Let me tell you, what you're doing is a crime. The teacher was furious. You're openly accepting bribes in public. Just wait for the school's punishment. Then don't count on the 1 million each. It won't fall on your heads no matter what. The teacher was so angry that he almost had a brain hemorrhage. Let me tell you, don't be wishful thinking. Ting Hao finally opened his mouth and said sullenly, Teacher. We gave them 1 million. 1 million each. The teacher shook his head and felt that he was hallucinating. We can't beat them. We couldn't beat them a long time ago. Ting Hao hung his head dejectedly. When they were martial masters, they already taught us a lesson. And signed countless agreements under the city. The teacher felt like he was listening to a fairy tale and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. It was really shocking. The world is so big and there are so many strange things. I didn't even dream that I would show my face by leading this team. No matter what, it's a fact that you lost without a fight. You won't be able to avoid the school's punishment. It's useless no matter what excuses you have. It's still better than being beaten like a dog in front of tens of thousands of people here. The 6 of them thought in unison. If they didn't know that they were going to lose, they could still fight. But since they knew that they were going to lose, why would they go up and get beaten up? Not to mention, the other party had so many weaknesses in their hands, no matter what the opinions were, No. 2 high school had one. This was an indisputable fact. For a moment, the judges who didn't know the inside story looked at Xiao Duo and the others with disgust. But no matter how unwilling they were, they could only put a little red flower on Phoenix City's No. 2 high school to show. Phoenix City's No. 2 high school, 1 win, 0 losses. Time used, 0 seconds. First place. However, Xiao Duo and the others didn't care about this at all. They slowly returned to their seats and looked around in high spirits, waiting for the next lot to be drawn. Hu Ruoyun slapped the back of Xiao Duo's head again and again. She was so angry that her beautiful face was a little distorted. You, how can you be so stupid? This is a public place with so many people. Xiao Duo was beaten to the point that he had to step forward. However, he didn't seem to mind as he grinned, it's still easier this way. Even if the opponent is a noob, he would still be sweating profusely. How unbearable would that be? How can it be so easy and easy to get paid? But this way. The judges who don't know the whole story will have a bad first impression of us. It's very difficult to change this impression. Teacher Hu, I think that your thinking is a little biased. What we want is only victory. It's never about whether their impression is good or bad. Even if they have a good impression of us, can they arrange for us to enter the reward room of the champion directly? But the first place with all the victories can. What do you think? Sua Xiaoduo spoke eloquently and eloquently. He talked until his saliva was flying and overflowing. Take the time to rest. In the next round, Yu Moyan will fight. Fight for a good start. No, not fight for it, you must have a good start. Sua Xiaoduo calmly sent out troops as he was being beaten. His face was full of confidence and calmness, as if everything was under his control. This caused Hu Ruoyun to give him a few more jujubes. The second round began. Phoenix City's number 2 high school drew Antai City's number 7 high school. Yu Moyan took a step forward. Although he was full of energy, he didn't look like he was ready to fight. The 6 people from Antai City's number 7 high school saw this and cursed in their hearts. Damn it, you guys were waiting for us. We went through a fierce battle first. How could only one person come out? Could it be? Therefore, a chubby captain stood out and raised his hand to slap Yu Moyan. 5 million. Then he said, I know you guys don't lack money, but it's 5 million per person. Admit defeat. Rules are rules. If you guys can use them, so can we. You only sent one person out. Obviously, this is your plan. The hint is obvious enough. The so-called full of energy is just to make us ask for a higher price. Can't we see through this trick? This captain obviously didn't lack money. He smiled reservedly. If you think it's not enough, we can negotiate. Yu Moyan's face was like iron. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. The captain was stunned. 5 million was not enough. Wasn't this too greedy? After weighing for a moment, he said, 10 million, this is the highest price. If you guys don't know what's good for you, then let's fight. Even if we're not in our best condition, against a group of money slaves like you, it's hard to say who will win. Yu Moyan looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and said, looks like everyone has misunderstood. The so-called 1 million just now was them giving each of us 1 million in exchange for not being beaten up by us in front of everyone. It's to make them look better. What's 10 million for each of you? Do you want to lose well? If that's the case, then it's fine. Everyone heard this and fell into a state of confusion again. Damn, there's such a thing. Are you bragging? Yu Moyan impatiently urged, I really don't want to talk nonsense with you guys now. Hurry up and come up. After I'm done, I still have to go back and level up. Hold back. My hand is very good. So I can't open it. I can take tribute. Stop wasting time. The 6 people on the other side were even more confused. Damn, I can clearly understand what you're saying, but why can't I understand it in the current situation? A pretty girl on the other side couldn't hold it in anymore. She suddenly jumped out and said coldly, sign me up. Yu Moyan. Let's fight. Bring it on. The girl was decisive, she jumped up and attacked. The saber in her hand glowed with a cold light, protecting her body. Then, she jumped up into the air and turned into a flash of saber light, attacking Yu Moyan. She actually saw the sword but couldn't see the figure. Both her sword technique and cultivation were extraordinary. This person from Antai Ching is quite strong. The referee on the stage brightened up. Well, it's hard to say about others, but this girl is already very good. Yu Moyan, who was on the opposite side of the girl, looked at her with contempt. She was just a showy but impractical person. What use was she in a real battle? Facing the incoming sword light, she didn't dodge. She lowered her waist and sat still. She didn't even take out her weapon. The opponent's sword light was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of her. Seeing that the blade was about to reach him, Umo Yen suddenly took a step forward and raised his left hand to block it. With a dang sound, the blade was already flying into the air. Umo Yan's attack was successful. He immediately threw out a punch with his right hand and punched out with great force. Boom! The punch landed squarely on the girl's chest, causing one of her two mounds to collapse. With a blood-curdling scream, the girl flew back even faster than she had come. She fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that her injuries were not light. Chapter 318. Such a change, once again, was out of everyone's expectation, causing another uproar. Sua Xiaoduo was drinking water. Upon seeing this, he spat out the water in Li Chenglong's face. He was stunned as he shouted, "Fuck, I've been telling you guys not to be gentle with girls every day. That's not how I teach you. In front of so many people, can't you leave some face for her? Fuck, that's a pretty girl." She deflated one side. "I'm not going to take this blame." What she didn't know was that Yu Moyan was also stunned. His punch was aimed at his opponent's abdomen, but the girl in front of him was really short. Moreover, her knife was sent flying the moment she came into contact with him, so she subconsciously took a step back to deflect the force. In the end, this was the situation now. Yu Moyan felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but step forward and explain awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I hit the wrong place." Why would the opponent listen to his explanation? The girl had already fainted. Another team member had already rushed out angrily, "Don't go." Yu Moyan was stunned, and said, "I'm not going." The young man on the other side had already rushed up. The weapon in his hand was a long stick. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to underestimate Yu Moyan. The stick swung like a whirlwind. By the time he arrived in front of Umo Yen, he had already brandished his stick like a forest of sticks. Yu Moyan's face showed a puzzled expression and said, "Still flashy, can't you guys change your strategy?" He still blocked with his left hand. With a bang, the stick broke into two pieces and flew into the sky. Yu Moyan did the same to the girl before. He rushed forward and threw out his right fist. Bang! This boy was the same as the girl. He flew back with blood spurting out. This punch was not unexpected. It landed solidly on the opponent's lower abdomen. The audience was silent. Two opponents, only two punches. This result shocked the audience. On the other side, the rest of Antai City's 7th high school was stunned, because if they lost one more round, it would be the end of the competition and their side would lose. On the stage, the 6 judges' eyes were flickering. The judges of the competition were all teachers from high martial arts schools. Another important reason why they were willing to come and serve as judges was to use the competition to select a few good seedlings for their schools. As the saying goes, a great teacher produces a great disciple. A great disciple needs to be taught by a great teacher. But, a great teacher also needs to have a disciple with extraordinary talent to teach. Only then can a great disciple be produced. At this moment, after witnessing Yu Moyan's performance with their own eyes, the eyes of the 6 judges lit up at the same time. One of the beautiful judges asked, "This contestant is called Umo Yen, right? What weapon did you use just now? Arm guard or hand guard?" Yu Moyan scratched his head. "I don't have a weapon." "Nonsense." On the opposite side, the captain of Antai City's number 7 middle school cursed angrily, "You clearly have something hidden in your arm. Do you think we are all blind? You're despicable and shameless." Yu Moyan was taken aback. "I'm just carrying weights. How can it be considered a weapon?" As he spoke, he took off his shirt. The 6 judges, as well as all the teachers present, all revealed looks of surprise when they saw this. They saw that this Phoenix City's number 2 middle school student was carrying weights all over the place. On his 2 arms, other than 4 black metal weights, there was nothing else. And those who were qualified to be judges, naturally none of them were for nothing. Their eyes were even sharper, and they all recognized it in an instant. The weights on this student's body were all made of meteoric iron. Moreover, they were all high-grade meteoric iron. That is, the kind with an especially high density. Just the upper body that they saw in front of them weighed at least 3,000 pounds. The beautiful teacher judge's eyes lit up even more. She asked, "Yu Moyen, do you also have similar weights on your lower body?" Yu Moyen nodded honestly. "Yes. If I didn't, wouldn't it be unbalanced and uncoordinated?" As he spoke, he undid the leggings of his pants and pulled them up, revealing the black weights. The faces of the 6 judges were calm, but their eyes were filled with shock. A smile appeared on the beautiful teacher's face. She leisurely said, "These weights add up to at least 4,000 pounds, right? You're just carrying them all the time. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your performance?" Yu Moyen nodded. "Not only that. I have a total of 7,000 pounds of weights on me. There's even a ring around my waist. If I meet a strong opponent, I will naturally remove the weights. But now, there's no need." The shock in the beautiful teacher's eyes deepened. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Student Yu Moyen, I am Luo Yenling from Jade Sun High School. No matter where you end up, when you go to school, you can consider our Jade Sun High School. Our Jade Sun High School has a strong teaching staff, and we have great support for outstanding students." The 5 judges at the side glared angrily at her. "Teacher Luo, this is a competition. You're talking too much." Luo Yenling chuckled. Since she had already mentioned Jade Sun High School, she was already 1 step ahead. She didn't wait for the other judges to speak and said, "Student Yu Moyen, you can continue with the competition." The other teachers also wanted to say something to leave an impression, but they were forced to swallow their words. Each and every one of them glared at Luo Yenling. On the opposite side, the captain of Antai City's 7th high school slowly stood up. It was time for the competition. The final battle. If he couldn't defeat this iron lump, his school could only go home. This battle, he had to win. But he just didn't have the slightest chance of winning. He's carrying weights all over his body. His movements will definitely be slow. That's why he chose to stay still and attack later. The teacher behind him said in a low voice. At this time, the 6 judges on the stage looked over like 12 sharp arrows. Giving orders at the last minute was a big taboo in the competition. "This teacher, please keep quiet," Luo Yenling shouted angrily. But the captain of Antai City's 7th high school already understood and came up with a plan. Kiting. Slowly tire him to death. Who would be able to withstand a load of more than 7,000 kilograms and a high energy consumption? He stepped forward slowly. The moment the sword in his hand was unsheathed, he immediately used the highest movement technique. He circled around Yu Moyen, suddenly moving forward and suddenly moving back and forth. His movements were extremely nimble. The sword in his hand was shining with cold light. It scattered like the cold stars in the sky. He definitely didn't have the chance to face Yu Moyen head-on. He retreated as soon as he touched him. He retreated even if he didn't touch him. The 6 judges on the stage couldn't help showing worry in their eyes. Yu Moyen just exposed so much weight and even exposed his own weight. He had already seriously exposed his strengths and weaknesses. Now that he was being targeted like this, the situation could be said to be extremely bad. Luo Yenling frowned even more tightly. She regretted it very much. Why did she ask that question just now? Sigh, this Umo Yen was really too honest. He actually exposed himself like this. He was still too young. If the result of this battle was changed and she was the one responsible for it, would that child hate her? Under everyone's gaze, the captain of Ontai City's 7th high school was like a flying dragon. He kept changing. And Umo Yen was on the stage. He didn't move at all. He let the opponent move back and forth, like an old monk meditating. Another moment later, Umo Yen finally opened his mouth. He was puzzled. Have you turned enough? That student thought he had succeeded. He snorted coldly, not enough. All of a sudden, he leaped into the air. When he was 7 or 8 meters high in the air, his long sword sprinkled down thousands of cold stars. His body movement became more and more elegant, displaying an exceptionally pleasing light body movement technique. He even circled back and forth in the air, displaying himself to the greatest extent. Even though the 6 judges couldn't stand it, but they had to admit that this kid's basic skills were really good. After all, in the eyes of those who didn't know how to watch, this kid still had the upper hand. He had the upper hand and was full of initiative. But at this time, Umo Yen suddenly shouted from below, so annoying. Turning back and forth to avoid the battle. Go down. Before he finished, his whole person jumped up. Under everyone's gaze, his whole person, along with the 7,000 pounds of weight, quickly leaped into the air. He jumped 10 meters high and kicked out with a loud bang. With a loud bang, that student who was still in the air was kicked 20 meters away by Umo Yen. He flew out of the area of the arena and crashed into the stands. After Umo Yen finished his kick, his entire body actually paused in the air for a moment. When he landed lightly, he actually landed back at the position he was previously standing at. The 6 judges' eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe their eyes. Umo Yen landed with the 7,000 pounds of weight without making any sound. It was as if what fell was just a feather. Damn! The 6 referees all had the same thought in their minds. They were all martial artists. Who didn't know how difficult it was to do this? They looked at each other. Everyone saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Number 1, this competition, there was a monster. Number 2, this student, our school wants him. Umo Yen stood on the stage. He raised his head and looked at the 6 judges. After a long time, he didn't hear the winner. He just shouted, I win. I'm Umo Yen. I'm Phoenix City's 2nd high school's Umo Yen. Umo Yen looked at the sky. He touched the jade pendant on his chest and shouted, Phoenix City's 2nd high school. Umo Yen. Old principal, did you hear that? I win. On the other side, the 4th participant from Ontai City's 7th high school gave up. He admitted defeat and no longer put up a fight. His opponent could carry 7,000 pounds of weight and jump 10 meters to kick someone. This kind of reality, how could he still have the courage to fight? Even the 2 teachers in charge didn't have any other methods. The difference in strength was too great. If he forced himself to fight, not only would it be throwing an egg at a rock, it would also be overestimating himself. At this moment, the 6 judges finally woke up from their daze and announced Phoenix City's 2nd high school's victory. Phoenix City's 2nd high school entered the top 375. Although the judges didn't understand what this kid was shouting about, shouting so loudly and excitedly, it didn't affect their love and desire for Umo Yen. This student. Our Jade Sun High Martial Arts wants him. Luo Yenling swept her gaze over the other 5 judges like a tigress. She looked like a fiend, begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes. Subscription. Today it's another 12,000. Chapter 319. TCH, who do you think you are? You think you can take him just because you want him. The other 5 teachers weren't willing to give in, ignoring Luo Yenling's ferocity. A monster like Yu Moyan might not even be seen once in a few years, and you, Luo Yenling, just want him? What a joke. Are you kidding me? It's not time yet, everything will have to wait until the end of the competition. Another teacher came out to smooth things over, but the phone in his hand sent out a video, which was Yu Moyan's competition video. Below it was a text that was blindly typed with both hands: discovered a monster, this is a competition video with a weight of 7,000 pounds, Phoenix City Second High, Yu Moyan. Applying for maximum enrollment rights. The competition in the morning ended. Phoenix City Second High won both rounds, and was the first to enter the 375 Longhu list. The rest of the competition was for the schools that were eliminated to fight each other again, and then choose the eliminated team. All the schools that were in the top 375, the teachers, and the seeded contestants all had a heavy expression on their faces. They were all trying to figure out how to deal with Yu Moyan. Most of the results were, hopefully they didn't get Phoenix City Second High, or at least Yu Moyan's teammates wouldn't be so strong, or else they wouldn't be able to fight. Then, all the teachers and the few judges regretted, how could they forget to ask if Yu Moyan was the captain of Phoenix City Second High. Usually, the captain of a battle team would be the strongest person in the battle team. But it shouldn't be too surprising. With this kind of strength, it would be a joke if he didn't become the captain. After a short break, the afternoon competition started again. This time, many people focused their attention on Phoenix City's second high school. Then, everyone was surprised to find that the person who went to draw the lots for the whole team wasn't the strongest Yu Moyan in everyone's hearts. Instead, it was a tall, handsome, and confident young man. Could it be that Yu Moyan isn't the captain? Isn't he the strongest member of Phoenix City Second High's team? Everyone's hearts were clouded. It was still the 3 groups, and Luo Yenling and the other 5 judges were still the judges. In order to watch Phoenix City Second High's competition, Luo Yenling and the other judges were already looking forward to it, so they didn't have any interest in watching the previous battles. Finally, it was Phoenix City's Second High School's turn. Their opponent this time was Rivermouth City No. 1 Middle School of the Central Plains. Although Rivermouth City No. 1 Middle School wasn't one of the favorites to win the championship, they weren't weak either. In the past, they had been ranked in the top 100 or even the top 50. After hearing about their opponents, the 6 people from Hiku City's No. 1 Middle School gathered together to discuss countermeasures. As for Phoenix City's second high school, Sua Xiao Duo and the other 5 were still trying to level up. You've been stifled. Sua Xiao Duo looked at Long Yusheng, Yu Go. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai, who were behind him, covered their faces with their hands. They had a subtle feeling that they were too ashamed to face anyone. Sua Xiao Duo patted his chest and said that he had already arranged everything when he asked Sua Xiao Duo. In the end, it was actually an array formation. Now that the 6 of them had reached a certain level, whoever was eliminated would go on stage. How could this be called a deployment of troops? Don't insult these 4 words. Long Yusheng's face was sullen. He muttered and cursed, 4 of us were fucking suppressed. He stood up while cursing and walked to the stage indignantly. His face was full of depression. Once they saw that Phoenix City's second high school was the same as last time, only sending 1 person to fight, everyone fell into an atmosphere of confusion. Was Phoenix City's second high school trying to stir up trouble again? Or did Phoenix City's second high school plan to send only 1 person to defeat the opponent every time? This was too arrogant, wasn't it? But the one who came out this time was still very pleasing to the eye. He was really handsome. Reality proved that being handsome wasn't just a matter of talent, it was also a matter of skill. Just like writing a book, whoever was handsome would write well. For example, there was a person called Wind dominating the world. Who was the most handsome and wrote the best? Long Yuxing's fighting style was very ordinary. It wasn't as shocking as Yumoyan's, and he didn't show any signs of burden. But he stood on the stage like a pillar of the stream. When one came up, he kicked back. 4 kicks in a row, one after another, he kicked back 4 people. That was to call it a day. I am Long Yuxing. After defeating his opponent, Long Yuxing raised his head and roared, Phoenix City's second high school. Long Yuxing. In an instant, his voice was deafening. Looking at Long Yuxing, who was roaring in the middle of the stage, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai suddenly understood. Why would they roar towards the sky after winning? It was as if they were trying hard to let someone hear them. It was as if they were reporting to someone. Thinking of the old principal's obsession. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai suddenly understood. They couldn't help but burst into tears. Old principal, did you hear that? Did you see that? These are the children reporting to you. We won. Long Yuxing's battle was as eye-catching as Yumoyan's in the eyes of the 6 judges. Long Yuxing. Luo Yanling smiled and asked, looking at your clothes, you should be carrying a burden on your body too. Long Yuxing, yes. Then how much weight are you carrying? I'm about the same as him. Long Yuxing's weight was actually 8,000 pounds, but he didn't want to specifically say it. It was only 1,000 pounds more than Yumoyan. What was there to say? If I exceeded was 60,000 pounds, would definitely announce it to the world. I would have to roll around the entire day to announce it. Another monster. Luo Yanling praised and said, Student Long Yuxing, consider our Jade Sun High Martial Arts. Jade Sun High Martial Arts has a strong teaching staff and great support for outstanding students. Shameless. Shut up. The other judges were anxious. You, Luo Yanling, relied on the fact that you're a woman and unscrupulously snatched people away. So what if you're a woman? Facts have proven that in some areas where you need to shamelessly break the rules, women are indeed better than men. The 5 male judges suddenly had an idea. Why don't we change the judges to women next year? Men are at a disadvantage. Until now, we haven't even mentioned our own school. This Luo Yanling has already said it twice. She didn't even change the words. Phoenix City's number 2 high school won all 3 matches and advanced into the top 180. Sua Xiao Duo had a piece of paper hanging on his nose. He used the Qi observation technique and scanned Yumoyan, Long Yuxing and the other 4 judges to observe their luck. Not bad. Through these few matches, my divination method is indeed correct. Even in a single match, there is a battle for luck. The winner can snatch some luck from the loser's side. After only 2 battles, Long Yuxing and Yumoyan's luck had grown a little stronger than before. Next match, Wanli Xiu. Sua Xiao Duo arranged. My name is Wanli Xiu. Phoenix City's number 2 high school, Wanli Xiu. Wanli Xiu's clear voice echoed throughout the entire arena. This was a proud announcement and also a proud report. Proudly, to the world, I'm showing off my Phoenix City's number 2 high school. Old principal, did you hear that? When Wanli Xiu, a girl, defeated the opponent's team with an extremely valiant fighting style, the 6 judges became increasingly impatient. The 3 people who came out of Phoenix City's number 2 high school were all fierce people. And the team from Phoenix City's number 2 high school had a total of 6 people. Could it be that the 6 people's cultivation and strength were all at the same level? There were still 3 people who hadn't appeared yet, but they had already advanced into the top 90. Their strength was unfathomable and unfathomable. Wanli Xiu. Luo Yanling asked with a smile as before. At this time, another judge straightforwardly interrupted her. His voice was louder and his attitude was more amiable. Moreover, his speed was even faster. Wanli Xiu, you also have a burden on your body, right? Can you tell me the exact amount? Luo Yanling, who was interrupted, gloomily glared at him, but she received a proud look in return. I have a burden. The exact amount is about the same as Long Yuxing and Yu Moyan. Wanli Xiu answered casually. She had already made her move. For people with discerning eyes, the scope of her strength was more or less revealed. There was no point in hiding it. However, Luo Yanling once again couldn't remain calm. A girl also had a burden of about 7,000 jin. That was a completely different concept from the previous two. Wanli Xiu, our Jade Sun High Marshal. Our Sky High Marshal. Our Front River High Marshal. No one was an idiot. Everyone knew the difference. Left and right, there was already someone taking the lead. For a moment, the judges' table was filled with clamor. Wanli Xiu blinked and said, 6 teachers, there are still many matches later. Why don't we wait until all the matches are over? Then we can decide what to do next, okay? Okay. Okay. Hee hee, cough cough cough. The 6 judges all knew that they were too eager for quick success. They couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The 5 male teachers all picked up their cups and drank water at the same time to hide their embarrassment. Only Luo Yanling didn't care. She directly asked, Wanli Xiu, who is the captain of your Phoenix City's No. 2 high school? Is it Yu Moyan or Long Yuxing? Or you? Wanli Xiu stared blankly and said with a smile, none of them. With our little bit of cultivation, how can we be the captain? PFFF. The 5 male judges who were drinking water all spat out the water in their mouths. Only one sentence echoed in their ears, with our little bit of cultivation, how can we be the captain? This sentence really made them speechless. Then the few of you. Are any of you vice captains? Luo Yanling also choked. She almost couldn't get up. None. Wanli Xiu's face blushed, we are just ordinary team members. The worst kind. Cough 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 cough. Luo Yanling finally couldn't help but cough. The 3 monstrous geniuses who defeated the opponent's team by themselves didn't even get to be vice captains in their own team. Furthermore, the worst kind. Chapter 320. The judges were a little confused. If this kind of monster was only the weakest ordinary member in the team, then how strong would the captain and vice-captain be? This was definitely a dream team. Unfortunately, they had already entered the top 90. They would not be referees for tomorrow's match. The moment they thought of this, the 6 judges' eyes started to turn. What should they do? If this kind of genius was seen by the people behind, they would definitely want to snatch him. Tomorrow, why not get someone to be the substitute referee tomorrow, and they would go in to watch the match and see if they could find a chance to get closer to each other, then it would be easier to talk later. These few matches were really won effortlessly. They really could not see anything else. They could only see that his talent was outstanding, and his strength was even more shocking. Very quickly, the matches in the afternoon also ended. As for Phoenix City's second high school, these few words spread like wildfire. In just a short period of time, all the participating teams knew about it. The most popular candidate for champion. The most popular candidate for this year's Longhu list. Phoenix City second high. Yu Moyan, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu. That night, all the teams that entered the top 90 had an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. But after discussing, all the people from the various schools felt dispirited. There was really nothing they could do. Even if they wanted to come up with a targeted strategy, it would be difficult to implement. After all, the opponents still had 3 people who had not fought yet the morning of the second day. When Zhou Xiaoduo and the others walked out of the Jade Spring Hotel, they immediately felt the subtle feeling of being the center of attention. This kind of attention was probably even higher than being the champion team of Hidden Dragon First High School. They were really the center of attention. Everyone's gaze was very complicated. This was an entire team of geniuses. If the cultivation of the remaining 3 people was similar to the previous 3 people, then this team of 6 people was a standard dream team. A true genius team. Indisputable. Yesterday, the little girl said that the remaining 3 people included the captain and vice-captain. How could the captain and vice-captain's strength be inferior to ordinary members? Even if one thought with their knees, that was impossible. If that was the case, it would be a joke. Morning. The first match. It was still Zhou Xiaoduo's turn to draw lots. This match, they finally drew an old opponent, and it should be Phoenix City Second High School's old opponent, Boyang City First High School. Li Zhongming. Zhou Xiaoduo had a meaningful look in his eyes. I'll leave this match to you. Don't embarrass Second High. Li Zhongming was as sleepy as usual. He said in a daze, "It's okay, Zhua. Don't worry." This time, the venue of the competition had changed to the first division. The number of spectators in the first competition zone greatly exceeded the number of spectators in the other competition zones. Most of the referees and teachers had come to watch the match. Although Luo Yanling and the others didn't get to sit in the referee's seat, they were all sitting in the first row to watch the match. When the 6 of them saw that the 6 of them from Second High had arrived, they all revealed amiable expressions. However, their expressions immediately turned hostile. However, this hostility was directed at the people around them. No one is allowed to compete with me. Luo Yanling warned them one by one. Hee hee. Ha. TSK. Hee 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 hee. Wei Heizi, back then you wrote me a love letter. Now the newcomer is better than the old. However, as long as you don't compete with me this time, I'll give you a chance. Luo Yanling helplessly began to seduce him. You also said that the newcomer is better than the old. With such a newcomer, I don't mind being a bachelor for the rest of my life. Wei Heizi rolled his eyes. If I don't compete with such a genius, my principal will swallow me alive when I get back. Good, you're so good. Luo Yanling was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. At this moment, dong! The bell rang. The match began. The first match was between Phoenix City Second High and Boyang City First High. On the opposite side, the 6 of them from Boyang City First High had a heavy expression on their faces. It was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The match had already begun, but they were still discussing their tactical countermeasures. On the other side, Li Zhongming came to the stage listlessly. He kept yawning as if he hadn't slept the entire night. He stood there with his head drooping. His eyes were squinted as he nodded his head. It was as if he would fall asleep in the next second. What's going on? Luo Yanling was a little confused. Could it be that he's been drugged? The teachers at the side were also bewildered. They made the ideal judgment that was most suitable for the current atmosphere. This situation didn't seem right no matter how they looked at it. And why is there no movement in the Second High's resting area? Fuck, they're actually playing poker. One of the judges was so angry that his mouth was floating. Isn't this child's play? Just how little attention do they have on their opponents? They actually sent someone who hasn't woken up yet. Fuck. Someone from Boyang City First High's team slowly walked out. Shang Fong. I'm from the Central Plains, Boyang City First High. The one on the opposite side, sign up. Zhang Fang shouted loudly. He appeared even more heroic and imposing. Hearing this, Li Zhongming seemed as if he had just woken up from a dream. He puffed out his chest and tried his best to put on an imposing appearance. He shouted, Li Zhongming. I'm from Phoenix City Second High. Phoenix City Second High. Li Zhongming felt that his previous sentence wasn't loud enough due to his drowsiness, so he shouted again. He faced the audience and said loudly, I originally didn't want to explain. Reputation doesn't bother me, but I'm not only representing myself, I'm also representing Phoenix City. If I were to embarrass our old principal, it would be my fault. My name is Li Zhongming, I'm from Phoenix City Second High. I'm practicing my family's great dream divine art. He roared, it's not that I'm not awake. Pfft. Many female teachers couldn't help but laugh. This kid, he's making me laugh to death. Great dream divine art. This shout startled many people who were about to fall asleep. They woke up with goosebumps all over their bodies. Fuck. I'm looking for you when I'm sick. Zhang Fang was speechless. Why are you so loud? Cut the crap. Li Zhongming was swaying. Hurry up and finish this, I still want to go back to sleep. Clang. Zhang Fang unsheathed his sword and said calmly, I don't know if you can still sleep after being defeated today. Li Zhongming yawned and praised, the way you draw your sword is very handsome. Come on. Before he could finish his words, his body suddenly rolled up like a tornado and crashed straight into Li Mu's body. It was obvious that he had just started, but the sound of air breaking was heard. The sound of the wind was so strong that everyone could hear it. Zhang Fang saw that his opponent was coming at him fiercely. The sword in his hand stabbed forward. It was obvious that he was going to use the move of man and sword as one. Unfortunately, before the sword could light up, it was already hit by Li Zhongming. Paw! The long sword broke with a loud sound. Bang! Zhang Fang was punched in the chest. Crack! 3 of his ribs were broken. Pfft! He kicked Zhang Fang's lower abdomen again. His whole body flailed and fell out. He started to vomit blood in midair. Before he landed, he had already fainted. Li Zhongming shouted, next. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. At this moment, the few judges on the stage were all teachers from famous colleges and universities. Each of them had sharp eyes. They could see Li Zhongming's uniqueness at a glance. The 2 of them were communicating through sound transmission. I saw it clearly. How fast was his speed just now? It's about the speed of the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm. This brat should be carrying a heavy load on his body. A very heavy load. Which means that he is carrying a load of at least 7,000 pounds. In the innate realm, he has reached the speed of the embryonic breathing realm. Hiss. This brat has huge potential. Yes. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Zhongming had fought 4 matches in a row. He won all 4 matches. He defeated his opponents with ease. He defeated his old rival, Boyang City No. 1 Middle School, alone. None of his opponents were able to last 1 round. I am Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School, Li Zhongming. Li Zhongming shouted devoutly, as if he was worshipping, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School. Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School entered the top 45. Record, complete victory. He had come all the way here with ease. With the highest score, he directly entered the top 45. Triumphant progress. The next battle, the top 20. So far, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School had only sent out 4 people. There were still 2 people who had not moved. Next battle, Li Chenglong. Sua Xiao Duo arranged in a low voice. Okay. Swollen, it's up to you. You must defeat him directly. Understood. Next to him, Huruoyan expressed her sincere puzzlement. She asked, Duo, as the team leader, don't you plan to fight? Duo smiled and said, you're right. For the time being, I still want to observe the situation. I really don't plan to fight. I really don't need to fight now. The few of them are enough. He chuckled with a heartless look on his face. In Xiaoduo's view, the current battle was a battle for luck. Li Chenglong and the others could snatch some luck from their opponents after every battle, and only one person could enjoy it. Such opportunities were rare. Naturally, he wanted to give his brothers as much as possible. If he could not fight, Xiaoduo felt that he did not need to fight at all. There was no harm in giving all the luck he could get from this competition to Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing, and the others. This would be of great benefit to them when they went to a new school in the future. In the top 20 battle, Li Chenglong did not disappoint. He defeated his opponents with one move throughout the entire battle. Thus, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School entered the top 20, leading all the participating teams to advance first. On the big screen, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School was in first place. Hu Ruoyun looked at the big screen. The words of Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School were highlighted in red, and her eyes were filled with tears. Old principal, did you see that? In Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School. All the teachers and students in the school were watching the broadcast. Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School's name had always been in first place. From 375 to 180. Since then, it had always been in first place, never falling behind. In the school, the cheers were louder and louder. All the students were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Chapter 321. Phoenix City's No. 2 High School entered the top 20 with a perfect record and an undisputed first place. Red name, first place. Li Chongjiang was excited when he saw this. Jiang Zhangbin and Sun Fengho were also here. They were just as concerned about this as Li Chongjiang was. After all, this was the most recent thing that their teacher was concerned about. Seeing this, tears welled up in the eyes of the two of them. Their eyes were moist. Teacher. You should have seen this before leaving. Did you hear that? Your students, after winning, roared towards the sky on stage, Phoenix City's second high school. You should have heard it, right? Jiang Zhangbin and Sun Fengho couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears flowed down their cheeks. She thought about how one of the lifelong wishes of that respectable and amiable old woman was about to be fulfilled in a few days. There was less than a month left before she passed away, but she was destined to never see it again. She was filled with hatred in the underworld. How could she not be sorrowful? The three men hid in the principal's office. They locked the door and watched the live broadcast. Their eyes were filled with tears as they hugged their heads and cried. After a long time, Li Chongjiang calmed down. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Stop crying. Stop crying. He kicked Jiang Zhangbin and Sun Fengho and said angrily, Why are you crying? Is this the time to cry? You're only in the top 20. Don't you think it's too early to cry? Even if you want to cry, wait until you get first place. Jiang Zhangbin was still sobbing. He was stunned when he heard this. Sun Fengho was also stunned. He wiped his eyes and sat up straight. The two quickly sat upright on the sofa. They picked up a cup of tea and drank to cover up their embarrassment. However, the two felt that they were deceiving themselves and were embarrassed. How shameful, how shameful. You dare to hit me. You're going against the heavens. I'll cry if I want to. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Zhangbin was embarrassed. He said, do you think I'm crying because of the tournament? That's not a big deal. Even if I get first place, I won't cry. Sun Fengho said, you're right. With Swishoud's cultivation and strength, it's natural for them to win first place. What's there to cry about? Li Chongjiang is really ignorant and has dragged us down for no reason. Jiang Zhangbin agreed repeatedly, that's right, isn't it? Li Chongjiang, thought. Sun Fengho then threatened, Headmaster Li, you should pay more attention to what you say in the future. Don't make a mistake and let me have the chance to remove you from your position as headmaster. You know what I mean. Jiang Zhangbin said, actually, there's no need to remove him from his post even if he made a mistake. I can just arrest him and send him in. There's a lot of good food for him. As he spoke, he glared at Li Chongjiang. You know what I mean. Li Chongjiang was speechless. Just now, the two of them were crying so hard that they were about to faint. All I did was give them a few words of advice. Why are they coming at me together? Don't cry if you want to. Li Chongjiang rolled his eyes and continued watching the live broadcast. Jiang Zhangbin and Sun Fengho pretended to fiddle with their phones, but at some point, they turned their heads back and focused on watching the live broadcast. In the afternoon, the top 20 candidates had been decided one after another. Sui Xiaoduo and the others had been idling around. After all, before the top 20 were decided, they had nothing to do. Since there was nothing to do, the 6 of them went back to their rooms to meditate. Sui Xiaoduo rejected him in every way possible, but to no avail. Li Chenglong shamelessly stuck to Sui Xiaoduo to practice martial arts. Sui Xiaoduo was at his wit's end. Thus, Li Chenglong once again enjoyed the most passionate physical contact that he hadn't had in a long time. On the other hand, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai fell into an unprecedented state of being badly battered. A large group of teachers from different high martial arts schools came over and surrounded the two of them tightly, leaving no room for escape. Building relationships, building friendships, saying nice things. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai had never been treated with such high standards in their lives. They were surrounded and flattered by a group of people whose status and cultivation were far higher than them. Teacher Hu, these few students of yours are really good. How old are they? Can you tell us a little about their family background? How long have these few students broken through to the innate stage? They should be going to high martial arts schools soon, right? These few students should have suppressed their realms before they broke through to the innate stage, right? How many times did they suppress their realms? Can you tell us? Just an approximate number is fine. These few students haven't decided which high martial arts school they want to go to, right? Why don't you consider us? We are brothers with second high school. We are old friends. Everyone knows the situation in our high school. The best choice is for the sake of those children. Teacher Hu, I'm from Shangjing. I heard that teacher Lu Chunchuan's family is from Phoenix City. Do you know him? Hu Ruoyun felt that her head had swelled by more than 10 times in just a moment. This wasn't a few, nor was it a few dozens. It was hundreds of people talking at once. But she didn't dare to offend any of them. I've just broken through to the innate stage. I've always been a teacher in the martial disciple class. I really don't know much about this group of children. Hu Ruoyun frowned and pointed at Luo Lai. But Teacher Luo is their current form teacher. As the saying goes, don't let your friend die. It was a textbook example of diverting trouble. Form teacher. Everyone immediately rushed over to Luo Lai. Teacher Luo, these few students are all from your class. You're a great talent. Ah, Teacher Luo, nice to meet you. Teacher Luo is really a talented person. He's brimming with talent and beyond all expectations. Teacher Luo, can you introduce these few children? These teachers of high martial arts schools were all the best of the best. Each and every one of them had extremely sharp eyes. Although Li Chenglong and the others had only fought once, in the eyes of these people, even if they couldn't see through them completely, at least they could see their unlimited potential and unlimited future. Of course, they had their flaws. But their potential was unusually huge. Their future was even more impressive. In a battle of the same age, in the same realm, all of them defeated their opponents in one move. They swept away everyone. This was an existence that completely crushed those in the same realm. How could they not be tempted? They believed that as long as there was a suitable teacher to guide them, they would be able to stand on their own in no time. In the future, their names would shake the world. Even their names would go down in history. It would be reasonable for them to become legends. And as long as this student's name shook the world, the first to receive rewards would naturally be the school that this student came from. And for a teacher to have such a student in his life, it would be enough to comfort him for the rest of his life and he would have no regrets. Right now, there were a total of 6 students of the same level here. Moreover, if they didn't fight for this kind of student, if other schools were to rope them in, there was a high possibility that they would suppress their own school in some future occasions. That if a leader really dug up old scores and found someone to take the blame, wouldn't it be very uncomfortable? Teacher Luo, please introduce them. All the high martial arts teachers begged at the same time, saying the request that everyone had been yearning for the most. That's good too. Luo Lai didn't have any intention of taking them. Instead, he intended to explain the details of these 6 children to the various high martial arts schools. After all, choosing a relatively reliable school for these 6 children and building up their reputation in advance was one of the purposes of his visit this time. For the sake of the children, it was necessary to hand over the children he raised to others. But it still depended on whether the person who entrusted the children to him could be at ease. Since everyone came with the intention, I won't hide anything. Through the previous few matches, everyone already has a certain understanding of the other 5 children from our schools. Then, I'll first introduce the 6th person that you haven't met yet. It's that handsome and tall boy. He's about 1.9 meters tall. This boy is their captain, Sua Xiao Duo. This child has a lot of ideas, but he's the most upright person. Luo Lai said, this child's organizational skills are extremely strong. He's always been kind to others. He's upright and outspoken. He won't be swayed by external factors and is extremely persistent. His relationship with his classmates can be said to be excellent. They fight together every day. There's no grudge, only closeness. After listening to this introduction, all the teachers had a good impression of this Sua Xiao duo who had yet to appear. A leader who could make so many geniuses accept him wholeheartedly, this child must be extraordinary. At the side, Hu Ruoyun almost laughed out loud. She tried hard to control her expression so that she wouldn't lose control. Everything else was fine. Only the last 2 sentences. They fight together every day. There's no grudge, only closeness. Although these 2 sentences were true, the main point was that they fight together every day. However, there's no grudge, only closeness. What's his cultivation level like? A teacher asked. It was still a question that everyone was eager to know. He's the captain. Luo Lai said reservedly, the captain that everyone expects. His words immediately made everyone understand what was going on. Their expectations of Sua Xiao duo immediately became even hotter. Vice Captain Li Chenglong. He's the one who fought this morning. Luo Lai said, this student Li Chenglong, other than his own cultivation level and strength, he also has an encyclopedic memory. He has an eidetic memory. He's smart and resourceful. He's the successor of Phoenix City's ancient martial arts Lee family. Encyclopedic memory. Eidetic memory. Hearing this evaluation, the eyes of a few of the teachers lit up. Wan Lixiu, the only girl in this small team. She's smart and farsighted. She's beautiful and intelligent. Her aptitude is also good. She's hardworking and doesn't have the slightest bit of a girl's squeamishness. You have to know that her father is the governor of Phoenix City, Lord Wan Pingyuan. For such a family to have such a character, it's really commendable. Yes, girls should avoid being coquettish and lazy. They shouldn't be down to earth. Being evaluated as hardworking was already a great compliment. It was really commendable and hard to come by. The student who fought in the second round is called Long Yuxing. He's hardworking and smart. His personality is good and his aptitude is good. He's from the ancient martial arts Long family. The reason why I mentioned him first is because he and Wan Lixiu are a couple. They're engaged. Luo Lai continued to introduce. Everyone's eyes lit up again. Does this mean that if you get one, you get two? This is really worth it. Chapter 322. The first student to fight is called Yumoyan. Umo Yen had it the hardest. His family was poor, and the reason why he was able to reach his current cultivation base was all because of his own hard work. Luo Lai sighed and said, "So, I hope that no matter which school accepts Yumoyan, please take good care of him. He will not disappoint." At this moment, a voice came from outside. Jade's Sun High Marshal will waive all fees and high scholarships. Give them to Yumoyan. I'll find a rich teacher for him. Give him money every day. When he grows up, he'll have a wife, a cultivation partner. If there's no other way, I'll give him my daughter. I'll do what I say. The one who spoke was Luo Yenling. She was small and had arrived a little late. Facing these tall and strong male teachers, and under the premise that everyone's cultivation base was about the same, she couldn't squeeze in. She could only jump high outside. Now that she heard that Yumoyan, who she was most interested in, had such a poor family background, she immediately shouted and wrote a large check. But this check was not an empty one. It was real and not fake. And the dozens of teachers who squeezed in front were all twitching their mouths. These conditions. They really couldn't beat them. The ones in front were all fine. But things like having a wife or a cultivation partner. They really didn't dare to do it. The last one, Li Changming, is that kid who always looks like he can't wake up. Luo Lai's face was full of smiles. Jade's Sun High Marshal was also a famous school. Giving such generous conditions was enough to show their sincerity. Li Changming is also a direct descendant of an ancient martial arts family. He cultivates his family's dream divine technique. I won't say anything else, but I'll say one thing. This kid has great potential and can't be compared to ordinary people. At this moment, one of the teachers asked, "Teacher Luo, each of your students is not bad. If I may be so bold as to ask, based on the strength of these students, they must have suppressed their realms before breaking through, right? Can I ask how many times they suppressed their cultivation base?" Luo Lai laughed. "This, I really can't say. Sorry." Understood. All the teachers nodded their heads repeatedly. They looked at Luo Lai with even more respect. Suppressing the number of breakthroughs in one's cultivation could be said to be a student's biggest secret. This kind of secret could only be found out by the student's homeroom teacher or the student's direct master after entering the higher martial arts level. It could be said to be absolutely private. For Luo Lai to be able to keep such a secret for his students, such a teacher was worthy of respect. By the way, this Sua Xiao duo. Is he known as the Iron Fist Prince? A teacher asked abruptly. This teacher was really well informed. The nickname Iron Fist Young Master seemed to have only appeared once, but now he was asked about it. The corner of Luo Lai's mouth twitched. He braced himself and said, although this nickname is a little silly, it is still true to its name. You must know that the attack power of his fists is extremely high. None of the students in the same batch can go against him. The reason why they dared to take a punch from him is probably because of this. Those guys gave him such a nickname. Why did they call him by it here? He sighed. To be honest, I'm really speechless about this. This nickname is really too simple and crude. After this explanation, all the teachers present laughed at the same time. Indeed, this nickname was too simple and crude. It directly announced what he was best at. It's not a big deal, it's not a big deal. The teachers all had benevolent and kind smiles on their faces. Many of them had already started to plan Sua Xiaoduo's future path in their hearts. A few of them sneered in their hearts. Was it really not good to have such a nickname? Was it really too simple and crude? Hee, that would depend on how you teach him. If it were me, I would definitely make this nickname the best protection. A few of the teachers understood the situation and then left. They sent the information back to the headquarters. Definitely a genius. No matter if it's someone who has already appeared or not, they are all great geniuses. I recommend the highest enrollment authority. As for Sua Xiaoduo's group of 6, there were many people who did not make a move at all. For example, Martial Hidden Dragon of the Central Plains, Martial High Cloud of Shangjing, and Martial Ancestor Dragon of Shangjing. The top 3 martial artists in the Star Soul Realm did not make a move. After all, these 3 high schools had never lacked genius students. It had always been the geniuses who cried and screamed to squeeze into these 3 high schools. The 3 high schools had never taken the initiative to recruit any students and give them such benefits. Sua Xiaoduo's group of 6 were indeed geniuses. At that time, the 3 high schools did not deign to lower themselves to take the initiative to recruit them. Although the teachers of these high schools kept their eyes on them, they also sighed in their hearts. It was really a pity that such geniuses landed in other schools. However, they did not take the initiative to strike up a conversation. For the entire afternoon, Luo Lai's high school teachers came in batches, sent away batches, and came in batches. Luo Lai's mouth was already dry from all the introductions. He repeated the same words 7 or 8 times. When he saw Hu Ruoyun, she had already hidden to the side as if it was none of her business. Don't you need protection for cultivation? I'll protect the children, that's the most important thing. Sigh, men are so thin-skinned. Luo Lai was extremely envious of Hu Ruoyun. Why did I snatch the position of head teacher at that time? Sigh. The top 20 were only decided when the sky was almost dark in the afternoon. Hidden Dragon, Yunduan, Ancestral Dragon. The 3 high schools did not make a move. Hearing Luo Lai's feedback, Sua Xiaoduo was extremely unhappy. Am I not a genius enough? Not only him, but Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, and Li Chenglong's target were also these 3 famous schools. However, they did not get any response. At this moment, they were all silent. Hu Ruoyun naturally knew what was on their minds. She comforted them gently, it's okay. There's still tomorrow. Try your best to show your strength. Naturally, everyone will look askance. But from tomorrow onwards, a fierce battle will begin. Luo Lai said in a low voice, now, the ones with the highest chance of winning are not us. It's Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Fenghai No. 3 High School, Yangluo No. 1 High School, and Shuicheng No. 1 High School. Our Phoenix City No. 2 High School can only be ranked 5th. Sua Xiaoduo was puzzled. It can't be. Haven't we always been ranked first in terms of points? Sigh, being ranked first in terms of overall points does not mean that we are also ranked first in terms of deterrence. After all, we have not encountered many strong teams all the way until now. Luo Lai said, to be called a school with sufficient deterrence, there must be at least one or more embryonic breathing realm practitioners. Now, in the top 20 schools, every team has such fierce characters. There is no lack of later stage embryonic breathing realm geniuses. Furthermore, we have never encountered a team like this before. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that our overall points were the real number 1, and your performance was sufficiently dazzling, we wouldn't even be able to keep our title of number 5. Luo Lai said, so, don't let your guard down in the future battles. Sua Xiaoduo squinted his eyes and said, oh. Li Chenglong frowned and said, Teacher Luo, I would like to ask you a question. If we did not suppress the agitation of our vital essence, with our current strength, would we be able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm now? Luo Lai thought for a while and said with deliberation, to be fair, with the strength that you possess now, you have undoubtedly surpassed the average embryonic breathing realm. But the standard that we are talking about is the most average embryonic breathing realm. If you did not suppress the agitation of your vital essence to break through, now, you may not be able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm. Luo Lai said very pertinently, don't think that. Only you can suppress the agitation of your vital essence. In fact, suppressing the agitation of your vital essence has long been the consensus of advanced practitioners. Being able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm does not mean that they did not suppress the agitation of their vital essence when they were in the innate realm or martial arts master realm. So, the battle situation is not optimistic. You must act carefully and avoid being blindly optimistic and thinking that you are infallible. The 6 of them nodded silently at the same time. Hu Ruoyun said, Teacher Luo is right. With your current experience and knowledge, you may never be able to imagine that some ancient martial arts clans would crazily pour out resources to their genius heirs. I have heard of it before. It was our Phoenix City No. 1 Middle School's young master Blue Blade. Back then, when he was practicing, he was not just practicing by himself. In his clan, 5 clan elders who were nearing the end of their lifespans took turns to imbue him with power. They changed one every week. Originally, sacrificing the strength and life of the older generation to imbue him with power would only allow him to absorb 10% of it. However, his clan supported him at all costs and forced him to rise. Moreover, when he was in a lower realm, he did not suppress the agitation of his vital essence. In the later stages, when he could no longer suppress it, the clan's No. 1 expert personally helped him suppress the agitation of his vital essence and even expanded his dantian. It was this kind of support that allowed young Master Blue Blade to become so famous today. Hu Ruoyun said softly, in fact, this kind of situation is not rare at all in some clans or sects. There are too many people who do this. It is definitely more than what I have just said. It is even crazier. Also, there are records in ancient books about using blood essence and divine blood to benefit oneself. There are many people who go around gathering the blood essence of divine beasts or the blood essence of experts above the imperial god realm and use it to fuse with their blood. Even more extreme is yin and yang harvesting to strengthen the cauldrons. The chosen cauldrons are all young men and women, and they are all talented people. Luo Lai said, that is the theory. Do you understand now? You do not have to belittle yourselves and be unconfident in your own strength. At the same time, you have to be cautious. Do not underestimate any enemy. Even if they do not win as quickly as us, it does not mean that they are weaker than us. Today's fourth update, please vote, recommend vote. Chapter 323. In this world, we are not the only ones who can hide our strength. It is normal to hide a trump card. Even if we have many trump cards, we may not be able to protect them completely. Luo Lai said seriously, and this is Jianghu. This is Jianghu, students. Luo Lai said these few words very solemnly. Every word was spoken with a heavy tone. Jianghu. Sua Xiaoduo let out a long sigh. He turned around and looked at his teammates. He shrugged and laughed weirdly. Jianghu, so scary. Are you guys scared? This sentence caused a new round of laughter. Li Chenglong laughed loudly. What's there to be scared of? That's right, what's there to be scared of? Yu Moyin and Long Yuxing shouted at the same time. Wan Lixiu pursed her lips and smiled. In the end, she was too embarrassed to say, what's there to be scared of? Huff. Huff. Li Zhongming opened his eyes in a daze. He wiped his saliva and asked blankly, what? Are you guys talking about? Luo Lai touched his forehead and was speechless. Have confidence in yourself. Don't worry too much. Sua Xiaoduo waved his hand. What's there to be scared of? One word, do it tomorrow. Just do it. The six of them shouted in unison. Then, they high-fived each other and went into their own rooms to recharge their energy. Hu Ruoyun nodded. Her face was filled with gratification. Whether it should be said or not, Luo Lai's words were still very damaging to their morale. It was their first time participating in this kind of competition. The most important thing was their drive. If this drive was worn away, they would suspect that their opponents were hiding their strength. It would be really bad if they were constantly restrained. Fortunately, Sua Xiaoduo jumped out at the last moment and said something funny to help everyone regain their fighting spirit. Otherwise, it would be Hu Ruoyun's turn to think of a way to dispel this layer of concern. Teacher Luo, although what you said is pertinent and the situation is like that, what you said is too serious. The children know how to improvise, Hu Ruoyun said with a frown. Luo Lai obviously realized this as well. He wiped his sweat and said, yes, yes. There was a hint of lingering fear in his actions. If because of what he had said, Sua Xiaoduo and the others would have their hands tied and feet tied in the following matches, affecting their performance and stopping them in the top 20, even if Luo Lai were to die as an apology, he would still be filled with hatred. The morning of the second day arrived quickly. On this day, the sky was cloudy and windy. The sky was gloomy, giving people an indescribable feeling of discomfort. When Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai led their team out, they met Teacher Li from Fenghai 13 Middle School who was also leading his team out. Both parties stopped at the entrance of the hotel at the same time. On the other side, Teacher Li smiled faintly and glanced at the faces of Sua Xiaoduo and the others. She smiled and said, congratulations, Teacher Hu. Congratulations to Second High School for being in the limelight and entering the top 20 again. Hee hee. Hu Ruoyun said faintly, could it be that Fenghai 13 Middle School has been eliminated? Teacher Li's smile did not change at all. She said faintly, I'm sorry, our luck is good this time. It didn't take much effort to enter the top 20. It seems that both sides can't avoid a battle in the end. Hu Ruoyun said faintly, I'm looking forward to it. Originally, the conversation could have come to an end and they would not have a falling out. However, at this moment, one of the two girls in white suddenly opened her mouth and said with a smile, Teacher, is this Teacher Hu the one you mentioned who was crippled in the past? The genius who fell into the mortal world, but I don't know who crippled him. Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly focused and an extreme killing intent rose in his heart. Teacher Li said indifferently, "To be honest, I'm also very sorry. I've felt guilty for a long, long time. I really didn't expect that a very light blow back then would cripple someone. Fortunately, teacher Hu has recovered now. Otherwise, how can I be at ease?" Luo Lai took a deep breath, surnamed Li Qingqiu. "You're too much. Too much. I'm sorry." Teacher Li on the other side laughed loudly. There was not the slightest intention of apologizing. However, geniuses must be protected. Like you guys who come out to show off, if a few more of you are crippled, then it will be even worse. Hu Ruoyun's eyes flashed with extreme anger. The meaning of this sentence was simply full of malice. Luo Lai said tit for tat, likewise. You have many geniuses. To be able to enter the top 20, you all have a few skills. If you're crippled, then it's too much of a pity. Is that so? Li Qingqiu on the other side laughed loudly, ha ha ha. One of the two girls in white behind him curled her lips and smiled, saying, "Teacher, if you let the students follow in their teacher's footsteps, it won't be good, right?" She said it won't be good, but her smile was very meaningful. Li Qingqiu shook his head repeatedly, "This is tradition, understand?" They laughed together. At this time, the leader of Fenghai 13 also opened his mouth. He used a disdainful gaze to sweep over Xiaoduo, and said with a crooked mouth, "Iron Fist young master, you're the only one in your group who hasn't made a move yet. I really want to see what kind of trash this new Iron Fist young master is after your Phoenix City Second High's old principal died, and what kind of ability you have." Everyone in Phoenix City Second High was furious. This kid's mouth was really too cheap. Provocation was provocation, but he bluntly used the old principal to talk about it. This made people unable to tolerate it. Even if both sides were enemies, at least they should maintain some respect for the deceased. They only heard Xiaoduo laugh and say, "I'm not looking forward to playing with you. You look like a green tortoise that's about the same as your teacher Li's ugly melon crack jujube. I don't have the slightest bit of interest. Just looking at you makes me want to vomit. But I actually like the two girls behind you who just spoke. I only like to play with them. I can play however I want, no matter where. In the forest, in the grass, in the water, on the mountain, it's all fine. I don't care about the place. Even if it's a threesome, I won't refuse." "Hey, leader, how many quality goods like this do you have in your school? I feel that I still have quite a surplus. If you give me 3 or 5 more, I can still kindly accept them." Xiaoduo said with a smile, "I don't mind having more. I can do it, I'm very good at it. If you don't believe me, let them come and try. 202 at a time, absolutely the market price. I'm honest with both the old and the young, and I won't go back on my word. Cash transaction, hee, a new number." Xiaoduo. The leader roared, his eyes revealing an extreme killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "I must kill you." Xiaoduo laughed, "I don't want to lower myself to the level of a dying person. But I can't bear to kill the two girls behind you just like that. They're so soft and tender. Even if I really want to kill them, I'll have to play with them first. No matter how pink they are, they're still pink first. As for whether or not they'll become skeletons later, it depends on my mood. Who knows, maybe they'll serve me well." The two girls' faces were already filled with extreme anger. Xiaoduo. "You're courting death." With a clang, they flashed their weapons and were about to rush over. Teacher Li's face showed anger. He raised his hand to stop his two students and said coldly, "Phoenix City's Second High, is this the kind of upbringing?" Hu Ruoyun still said indifferently, Finghai's 13th high. Is this the kind of school spirit? Despicable character. Teacher Li looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and pointed his finger fiercely. Even if there's a conflict, why insult women? Hu Ruoyun stepped forward and blocked in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Her finger also pointed at the leader opposite her. Despicable character. Even if there's a conflict, how dare you insult a well-respected deceased? The two girls in white behind him gritted their teeth. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you're dead. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Hey, sorry, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? It's too funny. You don't really think I'll play with you too, right? You two look like two piles of shit. How can anyone be interested in you? You're overestimating yourselves. He put on a fearful expression and shivered all over. Swollen, are you interested? I withered when I saw it. Me too. Li Chenglong trembled, so ugly. Oh my god. How can it be like this? Li Changming said, why don't you give it to old you? Yu Moyan shook his head and said angrily, how dare you look down on me like this? I won't do it even if you give me money. The other side was furious, but they had nothing to say. They knew that whatever they said now would only bring shame to themselves. Fine, fine, fine. Teacher Li gritted his teeth, see you in the arena. He led the team out. The leader stayed at the back. He suddenly stopped and shouted, Zhuo Xiaoduo, do you dare to fight in the life or death arena? I, Wu Yuntian, want to fight you. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled darkly, you're a coward and you dare to fight in the life or death arena. I think you're just a coward. You don't have the guts. Do you dare? Wu Yuntian asked seriously. Are you an idiot? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, don't you understand human language? Okay. Wu Yuntian shouted. See you in the arena. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and suddenly said, thank you. Wu Yuntian turned and left. Seeing Wu Yuntian turn and leave, Wan Lixio's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Teacher Hu, when you were injured that year, your cultivation stagnated. Is it related to this Li guy? Hu Ruoyun said indifferently, it's all in the past. Why bring up the past? It has nothing to do with your competition. Wan Lixio smiled coldly, now, it might have nothing to do with you, but it has a lot to do with us. This Li guy, I won't let him leave South Ji City. When they heard this, everyone couldn't help but raise their eyebrows and gasp in amazement. Wan Lixio was the eldest daughter of the governor, but normally, she did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. She did not have the slightest bit of haughtiness, nor did she put on any airs. However, when these words came out of her mouth, people did not even have the slightest suspicion. With Wan Lixio's family background, it would be an exaggeration to say that killing a martial arts teacher who was only at the peak of the inner core realm was a certainty. It would be more appropriate to say that it would be foolproof. Xiu'er is so domineering. Zhuo Xiaoduo praised, since we have nothing to do, why don't you talk about what happened in the past, Teacher Hu? Chapter 324. Hu Ruoyun brought the students into the car. She closed her eyes and lightly said, at that time, everyone was still young. I was only a martial warrior. By chance, I organized a few school parties. Our Phoenix City was a small border city. At that time, we were the ones who were helped. With that said, everyone understood at once. This kind of thing happened often before. For example, in the suburbs of Shangjing, or in a big city, in a remote school. The so-called mutual exchange and mutual promotion was claimed to let the superior people reminisce about the good things, and the backward people learn from the advanced experience. Deep down, this was a very brainless way of doing things. It was unknown which official had a screw loose in his head to do this kind of stupid thing. Getting together like this, other than raising one side's sense of superiority and attacking the other side's self-esteem, it also left a flashy dream in the hearts of many students. There was no substantial benefit at all. At that time, second high school was the one who was helped. The other side was undoubtedly Fenghai 13 High School. When children of about the same age got together, it was easy to imagine that it was easy to make friends. However, when it came to conflicts, it was also very fast. Hu Ruoyun was the most beautiful girl in the two schools at that time. At the same time, she was also the one with the best qualifications. A lot of things were derived from this. At that time, the young Li Qingqiu of Fenghai 13 High School had a lot of ideas. However, Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang were childhood sweethearts. They had long been in love with each other. Regarding this sudden idea, they naturally rejected it. After rejecting it, this student Li Qingqiu used a heavy hand in a spar. No one would have thought that this young man who had just confessed his love for her would be so vicious. That heavy hand directly destroyed Hu Ruoyun's dantian, which led to the tragedy of Hu Ruoyun's life. Later, Hu Ruoyun stayed in second high school as a teacher, and this young man surnamed Li also stayed in Fenghai 13 High School as a teacher. After a long time, Li Changjiang wanted to find trouble with him many times, but the internal conflict between the two teachers had a huge impact. It could be said that the grudge between Phoenix City's second high school and Fenghai's 13th high school was also caused by this teacher Li. During the first encounter between the two schools, the students from Fenghai's 13th high school were precisely this teacher Li's favorite students. Moreover, in the competition, while gaining the upper hand, he also ruthlessly dealt heavy blows. In the future, this cycle of revenge had continued until now. Hu Ruoyun gave a brief account of the past. In the end, she said indifferently, this is a grudge between the older generation. Don't get involved. Just focus on the competition. Wan Li Xiu was about to say something, but she was stopped by Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, Of course. Let's not talk about whether we have the strength or not. Just our status alone is not right. Don't worry, Teacher Hu. I only have one goal, which is to bring back at least 4 of the 6 people who came here. Hu Ruoyun nodded and immediately warned, Don't take risks. It's not worth it to take risks for the grudge between the older generation. We're not dead yet. It's right for us to solve this grudge by ourselves. Besides, the grudges between the older generation have nothing to do with the students. The students are innocent. Why should we let them go back lying down? Hu Ruoyun said, This will affect the children's life. Zhou Xiaoduo, Wan Li Xiu, and the others secretly rolled their eyes. Among the 1 man and 2 women who spoke, which one was innocent? It wouldn't be too much to beat them to death. Seeing that the 6 people didn't speak, Hu Ruoyun said in a heavy tone, Do you understand? Understood. Under Zhou Xiaoduo's lead, the 6 people all looked obedient, nodding their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Li Changlong changed the topic very sensibly. With a face full of surprise, he asked, Zhou, you actually didn't read the fortune of the 6 people? Zhou Xiaoduo's bad habit of reading the fortune of his opponents before fighting was no longer a secret among Li Changlong and the others. It was a habit. I was afraid that reading their fortune would dirty my eyes. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes revealed a sharp look, however, that Wu Yuntian hid his cultivation. He's quite a character. If it's a one-on-one fight, I'm afraid that the few of you won't be his match. This guy has already reached the embryonic breathing realm. Yu Moyan insisted, I want to fight. I want to give it a try. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the fluctuation of luck on top of Yu Moyan's head and said indifferently, This fight is mine. The other party has already called out the Iron Fist Prince. What are you trying to do? Are you the Iron Fist Prince? Yu Moyen was exasperated. So you've been scheming since the day of registration. Sua Xiaoduo was calm and unruffled. He nodded continuously with a face full of smiles. He closed his eyes and rested. He thought to himself, didn't read their fortune. How is that possible? It would be weird if I didn't read their fortune. These guys are all shrouded in a deathly aura. It's obvious that they need me to release their souls. If you guys go up, I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill them. It's against the heavens. Drawing lots. Sua Xiaoduo prayed in his heart. He must draw Fenghai City's 13th high school. He must draw Fenghai City's 13th high school that he drew his lot and looked. However, he was greatly disappointed. It wasn't Fenghai City's 13th high school, but another martial arts school. Sua Xiaoduo first looked at the opponent's fortune, then looked at the people who were going to fight. He immediately decided on the person to fight. Yu Moyen, didn't you want to fight? Fenghai City's 13th high school doesn't have a spot for you. However, I can give this opponent to you now. Go up and beat them up. Yu Moyen was unwilling to do this. He knew that if he really fought in this round, when it was Fenghai City's 13th high school's turn, there would be no room for him to fight. While he was hesitating and dilly-dallying, he was unprepared for Sua Xiaoduo's kick. Get out! Yu Moyen was kicked out like a ferocious dog. He was so angry that smoke came out of his head. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Sua, how can you be so selfish? You want to eat all by yourself. We won't give in. Everyone around was confused. What did he mean? Eat all by himself. How did he eat all by himself? How did he become selfish? Everyone really didn't understand what he meant. The captain of Phoenix City's second high school crossed his legs and said leisurely, You don't agree? Why don't you be the captain? This sentence not only made Yu Moyen choke, it also made everyone who heard it choke. How despicable. Everyone wanted to ask Yu Moyen to reply, If I could be the captain, would it be your turn? However, Yu Moyen obviously wasn't so stubborn. Seeing that it was a foregone conclusion, he swallowed his anger and took a stance on the field. He vented all his anger on his opponents. Come up quickly. Let's finish this quickly. I still have other things to do. When this sentence came out, many people who were paying attention almost fainted on the spot. Especially teacher Luo Yenling, her heart was filled with pain. So little Moyen has no status in their team. When Jade Sun High School comes, I will take good care of him. I will let him improve by leaps and bounds. In the future, he will find this captain and get justice. If this sentence was heard by Long Yuxing and the other three, including Yu Moyen, they would only sigh and say, Teacher, you think too much. We have long given up on this unrealistic hope. In this round, the top 15 of the top 20, the second high school's opponent was South G City's third high school. Facing Yu Moyen's provocation, this team's response was very interesting. A member at the end of the line was the first to step out. He only exchanged 3 moves with Yu Moyen before he was knocked back by Yu Moyen's punch. He clutched his chest and said, We surrender. This surrender was not only his personal surrender, but also the surrender of South G City's third high school. They forfeited. However, this surrender made countless spectating teachers nod their heads. Phoenix City's second high school had won 5 matches in a row. They were strong, had great talent, and had the potential to win the championship. As for South G City's third high school, they obviously didn't have the confidence to face them head-on. Instead of fighting with all their strength and having to surrender due to injuries, it was better to conserve their strength and prepare for the next round of elimination. Perhaps they could fight for a chance to enter the top 15. South G City's third high school's decision seemed to be a sign of weakness, but it was actually very wise. because their next opponent would definitely be a team that had just finished a fierce battle. They would definitely take advantage of this situation. Next, it was another round of waiting. Due to the fact that there were only 10 matches in the current round of 20 to 15 participants, the amount of time used was far more than the previous few days. So as Xiao Duo and the rest naturally couldn't return to the resting room to cultivate. They still stayed near the arena, but no one was idle. Each of them took out the star-soul jade they carried with them and concentrated on cultivating, racing against time. It was worth mentioning that after Yu Moyin and the others broke through to the Xiantian realm, except for Wan Lixio's spatial ring, which was given to her by her family, the other 4 boys' spatial rings were all bought from Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo had only said that he was selling them, and each of the 4 boys had already snatched one of them. Until now, the 1 meter higher Master Zhuo had received 4 promissory notes. Long Yuxing and the other 3 didn't even pay in cash. Because of this matter, Master Zhuo, who was greedy and stingy, had already lost his temper several times. However, Long Yuxing and the others turned a deaf ear to him and refused to pay. I owe you. It's not like I won't give it to you. When it's convenient for me, I'll give it to you. Look at how anxious you are. Do we look like people who refuse to pay? Why are you so anxious? We are schoolmates. Are you afraid that we will refuse to pay? In this regard, Zhuo Xiaoduo was at his wit's end. He could still snatch the others back, but the 4 rings were bound to his divine soul. How could he get rid of these 4 fellows who refused to pay? As soon as the spatial rings were mentioned, Master Zhuo's eyes turned red. This is the first time in my life that I've been taken advantage of like this. The 4 of you just wait and see. Until 11 o'clock. The top 15 were finally decided. Zhuo Xiaoduo went forward to draw lots, and he met Wu Yuntian head-on. The 2 of them looked at each other face to face. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't give way. Wu Yuntian was slightly shorter than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked down at him with his head slightly lowered, while Wu Yuntian looked up slightly. It was their eyes meeting. Chapter 325. Zhuo Xiaoduo lowered his head and stared at Wu Yuntian. Then, he rolled his eyes and showed the whites of his eyes. The look in his eyes clearly expressed one word: trash. He rolled his eyes again and gave him a look of disdain: idiot. Since he lowered his head, no one except Wu Yuntian could see his expression. Wu Yuntian wanted to scold him, but after thinking about it, he decided to draw lots first. He took a step back, curled his lips, and walked past Zhuo Xiaoduo. I'll let you be proud first, I'll beat you to death later. However, the moment Zhuo Xiaoduo saw him curling his lips, he exploded without warning. Wu Yuntian. Are you crazy? What did the referees do to you? You scolded them. How can you be so uneducated? At this moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone was waiting for the lots to be drawn. The effect of Zhuo Xiaoduo's sudden shout was earth-shattering. Everyone was shocked for a moment. Their gazes followed the sound and looked over, especially the few judges and referees. Their faces became gloomy all of a sudden. Scolding the judges. Wu Yuntian felt blood rushing to his head. He said angrily, Zhuo Xiaoduo, don't you dare slander me. When did I scold? Scold the teachers. Wu Yuntian was halfway through his sentence when Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly turned around and pointed a finger at his eyes. Wu Yuntian subconsciously paused midway, and the words that came out of his mouth became, when did I scold? Scold teacher. You scolded them just now. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked simple and honest. He said disdainfully, I can't stand despicable people like you who say one thing and mean another. You didn't scold them just now, so why did you say when you scolded Teacher Ma? I didn't say who you scolded. Why are you in such a hurry to distinguish the details? Sua Xiao Duo was filled with righteous indignation. Since you didn't ask, then let me ask you. What did Teacher Ma do to you that you scolded him? Among the judges, there was a teacher with the surname Ma. Master Zhua already knew about this. This was also the reason why Master Zhua had an idea. That Teacher Ma happened to have a long horse face. He looked quite fierce. He was ashamed of his inferiority and cared a lot about his appearance. One could even say that he was afraid of it. At this moment, his face was even more gloomy. The other teachers were also flabbergasted. They really didn't notice any small movements here just now. Did Wu Yuntian really scolded him? If he didn't scold him, then there was no need to argue about the details. Zhua, Wu Yuntian scolded his face. Teacher Ma, Teacher Wu scolded you. And scolded Teacher Ma. Scolded Wu scolded him. Teacher Ma's face turned gloomy. He glared at Wu Yuntian and said, check the surveillance footage. The other teachers were also gloomy. Some felt that Teacher Ma was making a mountain out of a molehill, but some felt that it was necessary to clarify this matter. The surveillance video was quickly shown. Although it was very blurry and couldn't be seen clearly, no matter if it was from the left or the right, Wu Yuntian's mouth seemed to move when the two of them brushed past each other. He curled his lips and revealed an extremely disdainful expression. Then, Sua Xiaoduo cried out with a surprised expression. It seemed like the truth was out. Wu Yuntian had indeed scolded him. And from the way his lips moved, the words he scolded at that moment should be extremely vulgar. At this moment, all the judges looked at Wu Yuntian with unfriendly eyes. We worked so hard to be judges. Are we here to be scolded? Besides, who do you think you are, Wu Yuntian? Wu Yuntian felt that even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to wash away this injustice. He said angrily, I didn't scold him. I didn't scold him. I really didn't scold him. Sua Xiaoduo was also angry. You scolded him. You scolded him. You scolded him. Sua Xiaoduo's face was full of righteousness. He was simple and honest. Instinctively, he gave off a feeling that this child's words were reliable. Definitely reliable. This child didn't look like the kind of child who liked to lie and slander others. He also had a strong sense of justice. Yes, yesterday, his form teacher seemed to have emphasized this personality of his, righteousness. He couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. At the judges' table, Teacher Ma's face was gloomy as he said, let's forget about this matter. Hurry up and draw the lots. Wu Yuntian felt that something was amiss. Was he holding a grudge? He hurriedly shouted, Teacher Ma, I really didn't scold you. Teacher Ma waved his hand in disgust. All right, hurry up and draw the lots. You've already wasted a lot of time. Wu Yuntian was extremely angry. He turned to Sua Xiaoduo. Sua Xiaoduo, I have no grievances with you. Why did you frame me? Sua Xiaoduo's eyes were full of surprise as he asked, yes, you have no grievances with me. Why would I frame you? Wu Yuntian was provoked by this rhetorical question. He almost vomited blood. You're shameless. Sua Xiaoduo seemed to be unable to hold it in any longer. He cried out as if he had been wronged. It's just a drawing of lots. Who wants to cause trouble and complicate matters? The problem is that you've gone too far. Teacher Ma came all the way here to judge the winner and uphold justice for us. You're so selfless and upright. How noble are you? What do you mean by saying that I'm ugly the moment you come up? Did I eat your rice just because I'm good-looking? I, Duo, can't stand people like you. If I can't stand you, I'll say it. I'll say it. There's no such logic in this world. Duo said hatefully, how did Teacher Ma offend you? Why did you do this? Don't be afraid of others talking about it. Wu Yuntian felt his vision turn black. He shouted crazily, I didn't scold you. I didn't scold you. If you didn't scold me, then why are you in such a hurry? Duo said angrily, so many people have seen the surveillance footage. Don't tell me that I've wronged you. Did I frame you? If you don't move your mouth, then am I framing you or am I framing myself? Do you think I'm stupid? Wu Yuntian threw caution to the wind. He knew that if he didn't clear up the matter today, the judges and referees would definitely have opinions about him. The most direct consequence would be that his future would be affected. He said firmly, you keep saying that I scolded Teacher Ma. Then answer me. What did I scold? Duo turned around and bowed to Teacher Ma. Then he turned around and said, I really don't dare to repeat what you said. Teacher Ma is an elder worthy of my respect. I've asked you to scold him once too many times. Now you want to repeat it. Wu Yuntian was furious. He said, you don't dare to say it. Duo said, I don't dare to say it. Then how do you prove that I scolded Teacher Ma and that you're not slandering me? Wu Yuntian thought that he had succeeded. This. Do I still need to prove it? Duo looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He spread his hands and said, I think that justice is in the hearts of the people. There's no need to argue anymore. Under the eyes of so many people. There's no need to argue. Teacher Ma is magnanimous and Wang Han is tolerant. Let's just draw the lots and not waste any more time. Wu Yuntian was so angry that he almost fainted. He felt like he had no way to defend himself. I. On the stage, Teacher Ma let out a thunderous roar. Hurry up and draw the lots. Teacher Ma's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The way he looked at Wu Yuntian was as if he wanted to swallow him whole. The truth was right in front of him. Why did he want Duo to repeat what he had scolded? Do you think I don't know what you're scolding? Other than my face being too long, what else do I have that makes people look down on me the moment they meet me? Why did he have to repeat it? This kid really has a wicked heart. Fortunately, Duo didn't repeat those two words. Otherwise, Duo, this kid, was indeed a person with a strong sense of justice. Not bad. The other teachers also felt that the development of today's situation was too strange. There seemed to be something fishy going on. But since the person involved had spoken, and their suspicions were just suspicions, maybe Wu Yuntian had really scolded him. Just as he said, there was no enmity between them. Then why didn't Duo slander him? Furthermore, Wu Yuntian's mouth had indeed moved. This was irrefutable evidence. On the stage, Teacher Li, who was leading Fenghai, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. On the other side, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai were beaming with joy. Only the people on both sides could be sure that Wu Yuntian had definitely been tricked by Duo. But as for how he had tricked him, they still couldn't figure it out. However, no matter how he had done it, this matter really made people feel good. When Duo went forward to draw the lot, Wu Yuntian was so angry that he was twitching non-stop. He couldn't help but tremble, and his face was as white as paper. Even though they were separated by a short distance, he could still feel that Teacher Ma's gaze was as sharp as a sword as it swept over his body. And all of this was caused by Duo. Duo's face was still cautious, honest, simple, honest, and honest. He went forward to draw the lot obediently. Before he could even take a look, he heard Wu Yuntian beside him laughing heartily. His voice was filled with hatred as he said, "Sua Xiao Duo, it's our turn next." Ha ha ha. Sua Xiao Duo opened it and deliberately made a surprised expression. Fenghai 13 High School. Wu Yuntian was full of resentment. He finally found a chance to vent. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Sua Xiao Duo, you're destined to suffer retribution for using tricks to make trouble. Yes, you've successfully framed me now, but this afternoon will be the time for me to take my revenge. Everyone looked over and saw that Sua Xiao Duo seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, he said angrily, "Wu Yuntian, what do you mean? Are you trying to vent your anger on me because of what happened just now? So you want to kill me during the competition? Kill you?" This sentence seemed to remind Wu Yuntian. Wu Yuntian laughed and said cruelly, "Sua Xiao Duo, since it's our turn, do you dare to draw the lot for the life and death battle?" Chapter 326. This was something that both sides had agreed upon in the morning, but people outside of the two schools didn't know about it. Sua Xiao Duo looked confused. What? Life and death ring? What is life and death ring? All the referees' faces changed when they heard this. Life and death ring. Wu Yuntian wanted to start a life and death ring because of this. You were exposed for scolding a teacher, and now you want to fight with the person who exposed you. If this wasn't pure revenge, then what was? It seemed that this guy's heart was narrow-minded and evil to a certain extent. On the stage, a female referee was already yelling, "Wu Yuntian, calm down, don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Sua Xiao Duo also had a look of understanding and comforted him, "Wu Yuntian, you really have to calm down, it was just an accident. Besides, the teachers didn't blame you, right? You don't have to be so angry, it's important to calm down before a big battle." He was actually trying to be a good person. Wu Yuntian was completely mad at this moment, and he asked loudly, "Sua Xiao Duo. You don't dare. You coward." This morning. Sua Xiao Duo interrupted him with a fierce expression, Who doesn't dare? I just feel that it's a bit too much to fight to the death over such a small matter." Wu Yuntian yelled, "I'm only asking you if you dare. Do you sign it or not?" Sua Xiaoduo's chest heaved up and down, and his eyes were full of anger. He looked like a pitiful and honest student who was forced to the extreme, and even his breathing was heavy. After a while, he said with grief and indignation, "You want to kill me over such a small matter?" Wu Yuntian yelled, "I already planned to fight with you in the life and death ring. Why, you don't dare to sign it?" "Who said I want to fight with you in the life and death ring?" Sua Xiao Duo was furious. "Do you really want to kill me?" Wu Yuntian's face was ferocious. "Coward! You don't dare to admit what you promised. Are you afraid of death at this moment? You don't want to sign it. You don't dare." His interrogation grew more and more contemptuous, more and more angry, and more infuriated Sua Xiao Duo. "Sua Xiao Duo, you coward! 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 Cowards who only know how to scheme against others, don't dare to fight me to the death." Who wouldn't dare? Sua Xiao Duo finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. At the judging panel, Teacher Ma reminded him loudly, "Sua Xiao Duo, ignore him. This place." However, in that instant, Sua Xiao Duo seemed to have been provoked and lost his rationality. He shouted, "Life and death arena it is. Wu Yuntian, you've gone too far. Today, I, Iron Fist young noble Sua Xiao Duo, will fight you to the death." His face was full of grief and indignation, and his whole body was full of grievances. He stomped his feet and shouted, "What kind of quality is this? What kind of upbringing was this? You scolded your teacher in front of everyone, and you still think you're in the right? Do you have to fight to the death just because someone said you were wrong? All right, bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Let's put aside who's stronger and who's weaker and who's stronger. I won't take this lying down even if I die. Let's fight then. Life and death arena it is. Who's afraid of who?" Sua Xiaoduo became more and more agitated. He jumped up and down on the stage, his expression more and more sorrowful. His mouth was like a cannon. "What kind of world is this? Bah! That's the kind of person you are. He's just a scum of society when he grows up. He's going to fight to the death if he does something wrong. Who's afraid of you? I can't take it anymore. There's actually such a person in this world." His voice grew louder and louder. Coupled with his face full of indignation and cursing, Wu Yuntian's voice was completely drowned out by him. Wu Yuntian's heart was probably filled with the cruel pleasure of getting his revenge, so he didn't respond. "Finally, I've caught you. Let's see how you're going to escape from the life and death arena. Let's see how you're going to frame me. Curse and be agitated. The louder you curse now, the worse you'll die later." On the stage, a few of the head judges stood up. It was obvious that they wanted to stop the fight. The life and death arena was never a small matter. The students who were able to make it here were the cream of the crop from their respective universities. They were all geniuses from different universities. If any of them died, it would be a loss. Moreover, the students who were able to make it this far usually had their own families behind them. If any of them died here, it would cause a huge uproar and cause endless trouble. When Wu Yuntian saw this, he was afraid that someone would stop the life and death arena. He shouted, "Sua Xiaoduo." Sua Xiaoduo stared back at him with red eyes. "Why are you calling me your father? Life and death arena. Clap your hands and swear. Do you dare? You think I'm afraid of you? Come on. Clap, clap, clap." Wait. On the stage, Teacher Ma, who was the head judge, flew up and shouted to stop them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Sua Xiaoduo's and Wu Yuntian's palms had already collided. There were 3 consecutive sounds. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, clapping their hands and swearing an oath, the life and death arena could not be changed. These 2 students were not just students. They were also the team leaders of their respective universities. They represented the reputation of their respective universities. Now, if anyone took a step back, the entire university would not be able to raise their heads. They would be scolded for being cowardly for many years. The tragedy that was destined to happen could not be undone. In the life and death arena, one must die. Moreover, these 2 were the team leaders. After drawing lots, it was no longer a matter of 2 people but 2 teams. The life and death arena of 2 teams. Sigh. Teacher Ma's long face was filled with anxiety. He pointed at Sua Xiaoduo and was exasperated. You. Can't you tolerate this temper of yours? Sua Xiaoduo said respectfully, "Don't worry, Teacher Ma. This is just my temper. I can't tolerate any sand in my eyes. If there's anything I don't like, I'll say it. This temper of mine has caused a lot of trouble. It's okay, I'm used to it." Teacher Ma sighed. "This is the life and death arena." Sua Xiaoduo said righteously, "Everything is destined to be like this. It's fate." This student would like to be so bold as to say that this kind of despicable person, regardless of whether I hear or see him, I will still say what I have to say. This time, next time, it will always be the same. Good boy. Teacher Ma sighed softly. You must be careful. If you don't die and can pass this stage, you can consider joining Huayong Gaolu. Thank you, Teacher Ma. At the side, Wu Yuntian also bowed solemnly. Teacher Ma. I really didn't. Teacher Ma snorted and turned to leave. A student like you, no matter how high your aptitude is, Huayong Gaolu will never accept you. A student who doesn't respect his teachers, no matter how high his talent is, no matter how great his future achievements are, can you expect him to give back to his school? Do you dare to count on him? Moreover, he scolded me. Wu Yuntian. In the stands, Li Qingqiu's face was gloomy. He muttered, Huayong Gaolu. Hee, so what if you're Huayong Gaolu? You actually said it as if it's a famous school. If I didn't know, I would think it's one of the 3 famous schools. TSK, you don't know your limits. Humph. They were far apart from each other, and it was very noisy. He thought that Teacher Ma wouldn't be able to hear him. But, unfortunately, since the incident just now, Teacher Ma had been paying attention to all the students of Fenghai 13 High School and the 2 leading teachers. He spread out his divine sense to capture the movements on the other side. All of a sudden, with a long roar, Teacher Ma leaped several hundred meters into the air and slapped Teacher Li's face. Then, he gave him a round of beatings. After a round of beating, Mr. Ma stood up again. He pointed at himself and scolded, You're right, my Huayong High School is not a famous school. I don't even know how long my face is. But I'll say it here today. In the future, no one from Fenghai 13 High School will be accepted by Huayong Gaolu. We can't afford it. Li Qingqiu covered his swollen and bleeding face and didn't dare to make a sound. Even if the other teachers didn't understand what happened here, when they heard Teacher Ma's words and saw Li Qingqiu's face, they immediately understood. In an instant, many teachers' eyes were filled with anger. Even if you're dissatisfied with this teacher, don't involve the school. Huayong Gaolu is not a famous school. Then Fenghai 13 High School is a famous school. This teacher Li Qingqiu actually rose to the level of Huayong Gaolu because of Teacher Ma's face. He deserved to be beaten to death. Then, everyone's thoughtful eyes focused on Wu Yuntian again. With such a teacher, it was possible for this student to scold the teacher in a low voice on the stage. At this time, all the students from Fenghai 13 High School were pale. This time, Fenghai 13 High School was famous. A student was caught secretly scolding the referee teacher on the stage. Not only that, the student's teacher was also caught scolding someone else's school. This was simply an unlucky day. At this moment, all the teachers from the various high martial arts schools were looking at them with undisguised disgust. Zhua Xiaoduo. Wu Yuntian shouted furiously, sign the life and death agreement. He took it for granted that Zhua Xiaoduo was to blame for all the mistakes and all the consequences. If this bastard didn't frame him, how could things have come to this point? Well, although he thought so, it wasn't wrong. Because it was the truth. Zhua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Our competition will only start in the afternoon. It's not a competition, it's a life and death battle. On the opposite side, 6 people, including Wu Yuntian, roared together. Their aura was actually very strong. The way they looked at Zhua Xiaoduo was full of undisguised murderous intent. On the other side of the stage, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the others were all in admiration. Even Yu Moyan, who had been thinking about it, knew clearly that if he was on the stage, he would never be able to cause such a big storm. Only someone like Zhua Xiaoduo, who was sinister and cunning, would be able to seize the slightest opportunity and use a combination of punches to make the entire school unable to make a comeback. They had to admit defeat. Sinister, too sinister, a true sinister old fox. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced and full of admiration. Long Yuxing and the others were in admiration. Sua's maneuver was godly. Chapter 327. Sua Xiaoduo was also surprised by the current situation. He was just used to taking advantage of every loophole in the enemy and creating traps out of habit. In fact, his original intention was very simple and pure. After the winner and loser of the life and death arena was clear, he could still stand on the high ground of righteousness. That way, he would have a legitimate reason to kill Wu Yuntian. This was very important. Someone would definitely die this time, but this was not the key point. The key point was that there would definitely be revenge after the death, whether it was from Fenghai High School number 13 or the family of the deceased. It was for this reason that Sua Xiaoduo was eager to lock down the dead person in this battle. Perhaps Wanli Xiu was not afraid of revenge, but Long Yuxing and the others might not be able to withstand it. If they all came for him, he might not be afraid of them. Sai, Long Yuxing and the others were too honest after all. But in this way, the moral high ground became extremely important, especially crucial. The first step was to tarnish Wu Yuntian's reputation. There were so many teachers around, and the evidence was vague, but that was enough. The second step was to continue the same before the final battle and make the situation worse. The third step was to kill the person involved. The fourth step. To wait for the other party to come for revenge, and then, I am the witness of the whole world, what right do you have to take revenge on me? Everyone had seen what had happened back then. The fifth step after that, your family is so unreasonable, I will call on all the witnesses to destroy you. This was not completely impossible. At the very least, some people would intervene because of this. That would be a free help. As long as today was done well, all of this was possible. Masters was acting was like an award-winning actor, and the situation was carried out perfectly according to his script. But what he did not expect was that the leader of the other party, Teacher Li Qingqiu, would be so cooperative when he just wanted to settle the life and death arena. The words that were whispered at the bottom were simply too awesome. And the most awesome thing was, he was caught red-handed by the person involved, Teacher Horseface. It was even more wonderful. Too cooperative. I didn't even want to ruin your school directly, but now you are pushing your own school into the toilet. I believe that this way, all the teachers in the entire competition venue will be on my side. This will lay down a solid foundation for me to deal with you all in the future. The above is an excerpt from the Sua Xiaoduo Life and Death Arena Event Standard Format Work Report. Sua Xiaoduo had already learned one thing: always occupy the moral high ground. Furthermore, he had to stand on it, and he had to continue standing there. No matter who it is, I will stand on it. With this as the foundation, he would be able to defeat any enemy with ease. Sua Xiaoduo's usual routine was, you think I've thought of the first step, but I've already thought of the ninth step. In fact, I've already thought of the end point, your end point. This was the essence of Master Sua's life philosophy. The drawing of lots ended. In the afternoon, Phoenix City's 2nd High School fought against Fenghai City's 13th High School. This news swept through the entire city like a hurricane. So much so that the spectator seats in the first competition area were completely filled before lunchtime. Yes, it was filled. It wasn't as simple as just filling up the seats. Although there were no crawlers or hangers, there were many people standing and squatting. The entire seating area was filled to the brim. Even further ahead, countless live streamers had set up their cameras. Thousands of mobile phones were already on standby, ready for battle. Our countrymen were like this. Perhaps there would only be a few people who would really fight. However, there would always be an endless number of people watching the show. They didn't care who won or lost, who was righteous or evil, who was wronged or who was plotting. They didn't care about all of this. They only cared about whether their live stream would be popular, whether they could bring in topics and traffic, whether they could cash in and raise money for them. As for the rest, they only cared about watching the show, and nothing else. Yes, it would be more exciting if their heads were knocked off. It didn't matter if they had the head of a hero or a hooligan. As long as it was exciting. You're going to fight in the afternoon. Hu Ruoyun looked at Sua Xiaoduo. Although it was a question, her tone was firm. Sua Xiaoduo smiled slightly. Teacher Hu, your justice naturally needs to be brought back by your own student. Hu Ruoyun's eyes were watery. She smiled in an unusually gratified manner. Then she said softly, Xiaoduo, the life and death arena is not an ordinary competition. You must remember, don't hold back. Although most of the people who die in the life and death arena are weak, it's not like there aren't any strong people who die in the life and death arena. And the strong people who die in the life and death arena, there is only one reason for their death, and that is mercy. Hu Ruoyun warned word by word. Sua Xiaoduo took a deep breath. I won't. What do you mean by being soft-hearted? Yes. The rest is to pay attention to your safety. If you feel that your life is in danger, you must immediately jump down from the arena. Hu Ruoyun said in a low voice, don't be afraid of losing face. After jumping down from the arena, your life will be saved. I understand. Luo Lai also came over to warn him. However, compared to their worries, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai were full of confidence in Sua Xiaoduo. They were confident that he would win. When had this kid ever fought a battle that he was not confident in? No, not even once. The same advice also appeared among the few people in Fenghai City's 13th high school. Li Qingqiu and the other teacher in charge of the team guided them patiently, giving instructions to the entire team. Your ability to hide your cultivation is your greatest weapon. There is no point in hiding it now. When you fight, don't hold back. But be careful, once you attack, it must be a fatal blow. Don't give the opponent a chance to recover. Yes, teacher. When we fight in the afternoon, the opponent will most likely send Sua Xiaoduo, the Iron Fist Young Master. Since Sua Xiaoduo is known as the Iron Fist Young Master, he must be very accomplished in his fists. Don't fight with him rashly before you know his strength. According to Luo Lai, Sua Xiaoduo's ability is at least above Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, and the rest who have already fought. This is especially true in terms of fist techniques. Be careful. Understood. With your cultivation bases, I'm not worried at all. Gao Yener, Gao Pinger, the two of you. Teacher, we must fight. Gao Yener's beautiful eyes were spitting fire. Sua Xiaoduo has humiliated me. I will never let him go. I must kill him with my own hands. Li Qingqiu's face showed hesitation. I am afraid you are not Sua Xiaoduo's opponent. Gao Yener gritted her teeth and said that Sua Xiaoduo only has innate realm cultivation, while we sisters have already broken through to the embryonic breathing realm. If we still can't win, what's the point of living? If we can't wash away such humiliation with our own hands, what's the point of living on? Li Qingqiu and the other teacher leading the team were silent for a while. Both of their hearts were filled with disapproval. You call this a great humiliation? If you didn't provoke the other teacher, would he scold you? It's more like you brought it upon yourself. The so-called karma is nothing more than this. However, they definitely couldn't say that about their own students in front of them. You can discuss and decide on the specifics of the battle formation. The other teacher leading the team said, there is one thing that is especially important. In the life and death ring, if you can kill your opponent, you naturally have to kill without leaving any leeway. However, if you realize that you have lost your chance of winning and your life is in danger at any time, you must not be afraid of losing face and jump out of the ring immediately. If you lose your face, you still have a chance to win it back. Once you lose your life, you will really lose everything. The two teachers retreated, leaving the 6 people to discuss tactics. Teacher Li, even if you can go back this time, I'm afraid that you will be in big trouble. Just like Sua Xiao Duo, although they kept reminding, the teachers of Fenghai City Martial Arts School were very confident in their own student strength. They felt that they would never lose. They even felt that this time, Fenghai City Martial Arts School was more prepared and stronger than every year. They were going straight for the championship. This time. Sigh. Li Qingqiu sighed instinctively after comforting his students. It was a matter that only he understood for the time being, and he had to face it. This time, he was in big trouble. Today's accident made almost all the teachers of high martial arts schools have a bad impression of himself and the students of Fenghai City. This influence was extremely bad. Not only did it affect the perception of Wu Yuntian and the others, but it also affected the promotion of the other students of the school. Let's wait until we win in the afternoon and talk about the follow-up. Li Qingqiu frowned. I didn't expect that the student of Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School to be so insidious. However, as long as our school can win the championship, or even the top 3, we can still recover a considerable amount of influence. But if nothing will happen. As long as we can kill as many students of Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School as possible, the momentum will naturally come back to our side. Another teacher comforted. I hope so. Li Qingqiu regretted just thinking about it. Why did he have to provoke Hu Ruoyun? The series of events that had occurred were truly unexpected. 1:30 in the afternoon. The competition had not yet started, but the spectator stands were already crowded. Even the aisles were full of people. There were really a lot of people waiting for a ticket. The first few rows of the spectator stands were basically all high martial arts teachers. Some of them simply stood in front of the ring with their hands behind their backs, just watching. Teacher Luo Yanling was in a tight suit, standing in the front position, always on guard. Her purpose was to be ready to rescue at any time. As for breaking the rules, I'm just saving the students. Besides, even if I break the rules, who dares to come up? Whoever comes up, I'll shout that I want to catch a hooligan. Teacher Luo had already made up her mind. Of course, this preferential treatment she only intended to give to Yu Moyin. Even if the other geniuses performed better, she would not be tempted. She only had eyes for Yu Moyin. She had taken a fancy to this seemingly honest and quiet child. Chapter 328. 2:00 in the afternoon. With the sound of the bell, Sua Xiao Duo and Wu Yuntian stood on the left and right of the ring respectively. Above them, the high school teachers had already prepared the life and death agreement. Horse-faced teacher Ma stepped forward and read out the various matters expressionlessly. Once the life and death agreement is signed, there will be no regrets. Now, you still have the chance to go back on your word. No one is allowed to interfere. Wu Yuntian looked at Sua Xiao Duo. Sua Xiao Duo, you coward. Are you going back on your word? Sua Xiao Duo did not even look at him. He said firmly, as a man, what joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? After saying that, he took a step forward and took the lead to pick up a pen and sign his name. Wu Yuntian laughed. Straightforward. You're a real man. He signed his name too. Teacher Ma sighed and looked at Sua Xiao Duo. Take care. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Ma held the life and death agreement in his hand and walked around the ring. He read it out loud again for everyone to bear witness. At this point, the competition officially began. Sui Xiaoduo did not go down from the ring. He just stood there while Wu Yuntian went back to arrange the deployment. The life and death agreement was signed by the two captains. It was equivalent to the two teams. There was no room for carelessness in the tactical arrangements. Especially when the strength of the opposing team was not to be underestimated, there was no room for carelessness. But now, Wu Yuntian felt that the other side had added at least 30% or more. Sui Xiaoduo, the candidate for the battle, was left on the ring. At the very least, he was a participant in the first battle. He was no different from a live target. At this moment, all they needed to do was to figure out how to deal with Sui Xiaoduo. It was too advantageous. Sui Xiaoduo stood on the stage, looking like a handsome young man. He was tall, had a fair complexion, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Every aspect of him was proof that he was a handsome young master in this chaotic world. Coupled with his righteous aura and honest face, he looked like the honest and reliable type. Just looking at him made many female audience members fall in love with him. This child is really not bad. This figure is really strong. One look and I can tell that he has a good personality. Very honest, very honest. Yeah. I hope he doesn't lose. On the stage, Sui Xiaoduo maintained his honest and sincere demeanor. He took a few steps forward and suddenly revealed a somewhat bashful smile. Seemingly a little embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, My name is Sui Xiaoduo. Cough cough, I'm a student of Phoenix City's second high school. I've been practicing martial arts since I was young. Everyone gave me a nickname, Iron Fist Young Master. Actually, my family is very poor. I don't deserve the name Young Master. Everyone was speechless. You're focusing on the wrong thing, kid. You should be worried that your nickname of Iron Fist Young Master has exposed too much. How could it be related to the question of whether or not she was worthy of a Gongzi? This is my first time fighting in the life and death arena, and I've never fought with such rules before. Sui Xiaoduo's face was simple and honest. He scratched his head and said, That's why I have a few questions to ask the judges. He turned around and bowed seriously. I hope the judges can answer my questions while you're busy. The judges all liked this honest, courteous, and honest kid very much. Compared to a certain person's bad performance, he was much better. They spoke almost at the same time. What questions do you have? Just say it. We'll answer it for you. Sui Xiaoduo said, What I'm worried about is actually after I win. Because if I lose, I don't have to worry about anything anymore. Everyone smiled at the same time, but they felt their hearts clench. What a good child, so honest. What I want to ask is, if I kill the other party, will the family behind them take revenge on me? I heard that the contestants who can represent a school are either very strong themselves or have a family behind them that is very powerful. Sui Xiaoduo looked worried. My family is just an ordinary family. What I'm most worried about is bringing disaster to my family. Now, everyone had a better impression of this kid. Teacher Ma looked kind and said, I'll answer your question for you. In the life and death arena, as long as the life and death agreement is signed, it's a personal grudge between the signatories. There are no regrets in life and no regrets in death. If you die, you die. If you die without regrets. Since there are no regrets, you won't be allowed to take revenge. Sui Xiaoduo said worriedly, People are born biased. Even if the rules don't allow it, the relatives of the deceased may not be willing to give up on revenge. If something happens after that, what should we do? Teacher Ma said solemnly, as long as you're still breathing, spread this news. All of the teachers here will testify for you and support you. We're not supporting you, we're supporting the rules. No one is allowed to trample on the rules. There was once someone who died in the life and death arena, and the family took revenge. Later, this family was completely wiped out by the joint forces of various parties. There's a precedent for this. Everyone knows that if anyone deliberately violates this taboo, they're seeking death. There's a reason for this. Many teachers nodded. Indeed, this was the truth. The life and death arena is a matter of honor for a martial artist. Life and death are things that a martial artist has to face at all times. Since you've signed the contract, you have to abide by it. The whole continent is bearing witness to it. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I don't doubt Teacher Ma's words, but I'm just an ordinary student. I'm still worried. Consider it as me being petty. Can you give me the contact details of all the teachers? If something happens to me in the future, I can get someone to spread the news. This way, the people who break the contract will not be able to get away scot-free and ignore the rules. Okay, no problem. The teachers agreed and left their phone numbers one after another. Zhuo Xiaoduo recorded it seriously and bowed. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, teachers. Really. My heart is filled with warmth. In this world, there are still many good people. All the teachers are righteous and have students all over the world. You're really my role model. Phoenix City's second high school. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai lowered their heads and massaged their temples. To outsiders, they seemed to be sad, but in reality, they were trying their best to endure. This kid was really good at acting. As for Long Yuxing and the others, their faces were immediately filled with heartfelt admiration and admiration. They were even gasping in amazement. It was a marvelous sight. Zhuo's acting was really too strong. They believed that just this act alone was enough to make the opponent's mind unstable and furious. It was expected that their battle strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, he had accumulated a strong network of contacts for himself. These contacts were all connections, and they were all very high-level ones at that. They were all teachers from various high martial arts schools. Which one of them had a lower cultivation level than Huayun? Zhuo was really making a fortune. This was all knowledge. He had to learn it. It was really awesome. Long Yuxing and the rest's thoughts were not wrong at all. On the opposite side, the first contestant, Gao Yener, who was dressed in white, had already stood up. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's side seemed to be holding a press conference. They kept exchanging contact details and did not have any intention of responding to Gao Yener. However, the other side's communicators were all judges and high martial arts teachers. Gao Yener did not dare to interrupt at all. She could only stand and watch from the side. She looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo bowing continuously. He was honest and sincere, and his mouth was as sweet as honey. All kinds of pretentious actions made her hate him so much that her heart was about to split open. She was fuming with anger. Even her heart was beating faster and her temples were throbbing. You're so fucking polite. Why are you participating in this competition? Why are you learning martial arts? This bastard. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo was finally done with his work. He bowed respectfully and made a circle with his hands clasped in front of his chest. Thank you, teachers. I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, would like to invite all the teachers here to be witnesses. In this life and death arena, if our Phoenix City second high school loses and dies in battle, we will still have no complaints. No one is allowed to take revenge for us. Otherwise, we will bear the name of martial artists in the underworld. No regrets in victory or defeat, no complaints in life or death. Zhuo Xiaoduo said passionately, this is the declaration of I, the Iron Fist young master, Zhuo Xiaoduo, in the life and death battle. There was a round of applause. It was very warm. Opposite him, Gao Yener's face was red with anger. She said, "Sua Xiaoduo, you pervert, are you done?" Hearing this, many people's faces turned ugly. Pervert? How did he pervert you? He hasn't even spoken to you, okay? Sua Xiaoduo turned his head and said apologetically, "Please wait for a moment, miss. I only have one sentence to say." "Why are you so talkative?" Gao Yener was impatient. "If you have something to say it quickly." Sua Xiaoduo smiled faintly and said loudly, "I only have one last sentence to say. If there's any misfortune, please transfer all my assets and resources to my family. Also, I hope that I can be buried in peace. Thank you for coming to bear witness." Sua Xiaoduo faced east and bowed deeply. Then, he faced north and bowed deeply. Then, he faced west and bowed deeply. Then, he faced south and bowed deeply. His expression was sorrowful, his face was solemn, his face was honest, and his body was full of righteousness. Awe-inspiring. Many people stood up from the audience and bowed back. Some people even shouted, "Iron-Fist young master, you won't lose. We have faith in you. Thank you." Sua Xiaoduo bowed again. On the other side, Gao Yener was so angry that she wanted to tear Sua Xiaoduo apart. "Are you here to worship the heavens and earth? Is that right? Is that right?" Sua Xiaoduo finally turned around with a solemn face. "Miss, are you ready? Do you have anything to say? This is a matter of life and death." Gao Yener almost couldn't catch her breath. She said angrily, "When are you going to stop talking?" Sua Xiaoduo sighed and said, "Miss, this is a matter of life and death in the life and death arena. Don't blame me for being ruthless and not knowing how to be gentle with you. After all, it's either you die or I die." As he spoke, he stood up straight and solemnly performed a meticulous martial arts etiquette. He said, "Miss, please." Then, he slowly moved his right leg back and slowly squatted down. He clenched his fists, one in front and one behind, and got into a fighting posture. He shouted again, "Please." He was elegant, well-mannered, handsome, confident, and elegant. Many people's eyes lit up and said secretly, "Good." It was really a stranger like Jade. The young master is unparalleled. Looking for monthly votes. Looking for recommendation votes. Looking for subscriptions. Sixth watch wahahaha. Chapter 329. Sua Xiaoduo's appearance was greeted by cheers from the audience. "Sua Xiaoduo, the Iron Fist young master, we don't know how strong the Iron Fist is, but the title of young master is unparalleled in the world. Good style." A high martial arts teacher blurted out a compliment. But the opponent couldn't do it. Gao Yener didn't expect Sua Xiaoduo to perform a martial arts salute at the beginning of the battle. She didn't know how to react for a moment. At this time, Sua Xiaoduo was already in a fighting posture. He knew that the opponent would attack at any time, so he didn't bother to return the salute and pulled out his long sword with a clang. Many teachers secretly shook their heads. This was a martial arts salute before a battle of life and death, but he didn't even return the salute. How did the teacher teach him? This was the most basic integrity of a martial artist, okay? They couldn't help but feel that all the students in Fenghai City's number 13 high school were like this. With a flash of sword light, Gao Yener's whole body was like a swallow on the water. Her body was light and graceful, and her sword light was restrained. Her whole body seemed to have turned into a stream of light, aiming directly at Sua Xiaoduo. When she arrived in front of Duo, the sword light suddenly lit up. Duo, hand over your life. A loud shout. Duo lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. His eyes were focused, and he suddenly punched toward the incoming sword light. Good. A high martial arts teacher couldn't help but cheer. This punch was really just right. At first, he didn't move, to deal with the changes by staying still. Now, he only punched once, but it was the critical moment when the opponent's sword momentum was exhausted and couldn't change the move anymore. What a good Iron Fist young master, he really lived up to his reputation. Just by looking at this punch, the title of Iron Fist young master was well deserved. Bang! His fist collided with the tip of the opponent's sword without any tricks. The sharp and shining tip of the sword didn't pierce through at all, and it was bounced off by the punch. Gao Yiner's body rolled and retreated 7 or 8 meters. On the other hand, Duo stood up and walked towards Gao Yiner with nimble steps that were neither fast nor slow. You cheated! Gao Yiner screamed. You have gloves on your hands. Duo said helplessly, Student, I'm known as the Iron Fist young master. Isn't it normal for me to have gloves on my hands? Is this cheating? The onlookers also laughed disdainfully. There was nothing wrong with what he said. You're holding a sword, so is it fair for the other party to fight you barehanded? How could he openly accuse them of cheating? What kind of logic was this? Or was this the logic of Fenghai City's number 13 middle school? However, everyone could see that Gao Yiner's agility was far above that of Duo. What was more important was that Gao Yiner's cultivation had exploded to its limit and revealed her true strength, embryonic breathing realm. Once he collided with Duo, he could not withstand his opponent's strength. He immediately used his body movement skill to dodge the attack, then slowed down a little before attacking again. He seemed to be at ease. The situation was at a stalemate. At the very least, it would be difficult to determine the outcome of the battle in a short period of time. However, many of the teachers felt that it was a pity. This Duo was really a rare genius. Using his bare fists to fight against a sharp sword, using his innate cultivation to fight against an embryonic breathing realm practitioner, he was actually not at a disadvantage at all. He even had the upper hand every time. If it were not for the fact that Gao Yiner's body movement skill and cultivation were excellent, she would have been defeated for a long time. It could be said that this child, Duo, was a battle genius. At this moment, Gao Yiner let out a long whistle and suddenly unleashed her sword power. The sword wind made a hissing sound as it cut through the air. Streaks of sword chi appeared in an unprecedentedly swift and fierce manner. They rushed towards Duo from all directions, forming a four-sided encirclement with the intention of killing him. She thought that she had already figured out Duo's ins and outs. She was determined to counterattack and attack with all her might. Every move, every style, and every sword was aimed at a vital point. Duo's fists fell like rain. He tried his best to block every sword attack, but it was a pity that he missed a lot. As he let out a loud cry, his shoulder was slashed by the incoming sword chi. Following that, his thigh was also slashed, and fresh blood dripped out. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. However, at this moment, Duo seemed to have lost his temper. With an angry roar, he suddenly changed his pace. There was a faint twinkle of starlight. Then, his whole body actually broke through the sword net and rushed forward. At this moment, Gao Yiner's sword was aimed at Duo's throat, which was a vital point. The distance between the two of them was so close that it was difficult to dodge. Many people held their breaths and stared at the battle. There were even more people who had predicted the outcome of the battle and simply closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Duo was in danger. Gao Yener's sword was aimed at Duo's throat. Although Duo courageously broke through the sword net and had room to attack, he was inferior to his opponent in terms of attack distance, attack strength, and landing position. How could he turn the tables? However, at this moment, Duo suddenly stopped and made an extremely bold and strange move. He tilted his head abruptly and then violently to one side. With this change, not only did he avoid the sword that was aimed at his throat, but he also used his shoulder and head to clamp the attacking sword. At the same time, his right fist roared like thunder and smashed heavily on Gao Yener's delicate head. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, and brain matter burst out. Duo quickly stepped back. A sword fell from his neck to the ground with a clang. Opposite him, Gao Yener's beautiful head was directly smashed into pieces. Only her delicate headless body was left, powerlessly falling to the ground. This shocking turn of events was truly shocking and unimaginable. Gao Yener, who had the absolute advantage since the beginning of the battle, was actually smashed into pieces by a punch. No one would have thought that Duo would be able to win in such a manner. The degree of danger was truly at its peak. That was a sword that clamped the opponent's strong sword aura with his neck. If there was even the slightest mistake, Duo would definitely be the one to die. There was no chance that he would be beheaded by a sword. However, it was meaningless to talk about this now. Duo had won, and Gao Yener was dead. Duo was bleeding from many places on his body. His neck was badly mutilated. It was obvious that the sword was not completely unscathed. At this moment, his eyes were full of astonishment. He stepped forward and said in a sorrowful voice, "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop." Everyone saw it clearly. At that moment, if Duo could not defeat Gao Yener, then Duo's head would have fallen off. How could he stop in such a situation? This was something that everyone could understand. Duo! You murderer! With a cry, Gao Pinger rushed out with a sword light and stabbed at Duo, who was retreating. This sudden attack came without any warning, rushing out just like that. This was no different from a sneak attack. It was even more despicable. Isn't this a sneak attack? Teacher Ma's face was full of dissatisfaction. Taking advantage of the emotional aftermath of the murder of your family member. What kind of people does Feng Hai High School cultivate? Teacher Ma did not have a good impression of Feng Hai High School at all. Even if there was nothing wrong with it, in his eyes, there was no redeeming quality. There were exclamations from the audience. On the stage, Duo, who was retreating, seemed to be completely surprised. He was completely caught off guard and shouted, "You're sneak attacking." He used the star steps again. Starlight flashed again and again. Then, his whole body rose into the air. He punched the tip of the sword. Then, his feet strangely staggered. With a roar, he kicked out 17 or 18 times in a row. And in this series of counterattacks, none of his kicks missed. Gao Pinger, who rushed out angrily, was kicked in the temple by Duo. The second kick landed on the lower abdomen, the third on the chest. Then the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Until the 18th kick landed on the head. With a bang, another beautiful head also exploded. As for Duo, he had probably unleashed all of his strength in a hurry. It was easy to unleash but difficult to retract. Only after he had kicked all of them did he fall from the sky. He fell to the ground and was battered and exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to hold on to a pole to stabilize himself. It could be seen that the scene just now was very thrilling. It was so fast. Duo, who had landed on the ground, roared again, "Shameless! How dare you sneak attack on the life and death arena?" Then, he got into a fighting posture and tried to turn around. As if he did not know that his opponent had been kicked to death. After he turned his head, he was suddenly stunned. He scratched his head in confusion and murmured, "How did he die?" It could be seen that his outburst just now was an unintentional act that he did not realize. Everyone was speechless. Apart from a few people who were close to Zwa, who saw the scene clearly, the rest of the people didn't see it clearly. With a flash of sword light, the beauty in white who tried to sneak attack died. All of this happened too abruptly, too quickly. It's an instinctive reaction. Teacher Ma took a deep breath. This is an extreme outburst of instinct. But this kid actually learned the Dragon Gate kick and Starry Sky steps of Kunlun Taoism. And he learned it well. He almost integrated it into his instincts. This is a level that can only be achieved when one is extremely familiar with it. The whole place was silent. In the blink of an eye, two beautiful girls who had a good figure and temperament died just like that. And they died so miserably. The first one fought for a long time and used all her strengths. She forced the opponent to use up all the strength of 9 oxen, 2 tigers and a camel before she died. But what about the second one? Did he deliberately come out to die? Did he want to die? The opponent was completely unprepared. You jumped out to launch a sneak attack and got killed instantly. This does not seem to make sense. On the opposite side, Phoenix City No. 2 High School, Yu Moyan, Li Chenglong and the rest were all cursing angrily. Their faces were full of grievances. You guys actually launched a sneak attack. Please guarantee the monthly votes. Recommendation votes. I'm leaving for the gathering soon. Chapter 330. Shameless Sneak Attack. Even in a normal arena, there is no sneak attack like this. Yes, this is the life and death arena. They actually use sneak attacks. Is this how the teachers of Fonghai 13 teach their students? Luckily our boss reacted quickly, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. If they were killed by a sneak attack, would they just say that they were angry and impulsive, and everything would be fine? Too despicable, too shameless. I'm so angry, so angry. The 5 people's faces were filled with anger, their blood boiling, as if they had suffered a great grievance. Moreover, the whole audience echoed at the same time, yes, this is clearly a shameless sneak attack. It's really too shameless. Whether they died or not is another matter, but this is a sneak attack for sure. Unexpectedly, not many people noticed that the Phoenix City Second High School, who looked so wronged, had already won 2 matches in a row without suffering any injuries. And the Fonghai 13 High School that was being condemned had already paid with 2 fresh lives. Hu Ruoyun looked helplessly at Li Chenglong and the others who were possessed by drama queens. These guys' anger and dissatisfaction couldn't be said to be fake, but the truth was that they couldn't go on stage, not because of the sneak attack. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai looked at each other, both feeling very tired. They really didn't know what to say about the team that they had brought up. One drama queen was performing on stage, acting with all her heart, while the other 5 were tearfully cooperating with her. Their acting was superb, simply at a textbook level. Both of them had a strange idea. Why don't we go back and suggest that the Phoenix City Second High School be changed into a film and television school? They don't even need to study, each one of them is a proper movie king before they even graduate. On the opposite side, Wu Yuntian looked at the 2 corpses on stage, his eyes lifeless. He was very interested in this pair of sisters, and had been painstakingly pursuing them for a year, and finally made some progress, but now his head was gone. Swa Xiaoduo walked step by step back to his original position. Everyone could see that this kid's mental state was a bit unstable. He was still in shock, and his face was as pale as paper. His two legs even seemed to be trembling. It was obvious that the sneak attack just now had really frightened him. At the judges' table, Teacher Ma's face was kind. "Swa Xiao Duo, you can ask for a break, and substitute someone to go on stage." This was said with good intentions, even kindness. Swa Xiao Duo had already fought 2 matches in a row, and both matches were filled with danger. Even if he still had the strength to fight, the mental exhaustion would not be small. Furthermore, the other members of second high school had not even made a move yet. At this moment, it was reasonable for them to switch out, and no one could object. But how could Wu Yuntian allow Swa Xiao Duo to rest? This kid was still in shock, his strength. This was the best time to take his life. He drew his sword. Swa Xiao Duo, the famous iron-fisted young master of Phoenix City, is he going to run away like a turtle? Ma! But when he heard Wu Yuntian's words, as if he was provoked, he immediately stood up straight and shouted angrily, "You're the turtle." A few of the judges said together, "This is a life and death battle. Once the battle is over, whether you want to continue or not is up to you, don't be provoked." Wu Yuntian shouted, "You don't dare to fight with me. You don't dare. Swa Xiao Duo, if you don't dare to fight, then you're a coward. I'm a hero. Then come, let's fight. Let's fight." Swa Xiao Duo was furious. "You think I'm scared of you?" The judges sighed softly. This kid was good in every way, why was he so easily provoked? He had already fought 2 matches, and his ultimate moves and fighting style had already been figured out by his opponent. If he continued fighting, it would be very dangerous. Wu Yuntian slowly drew his sword. The sword in the scabbard was already rubbing against the scabbard. Even though it was not out of the scabbard, it was already emitting a sound similar to that of a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. It was breathtaking. With such momentum, anyone could imagine that when this sword was drawn, it would definitely be earth-shattering. "Swa Xiao Duo, you killed 2 of my classmates, you have to pay with your life." Wu Yuntian stared into Swa Xiao Duo's eyes. Every word was like a malicious spirit demanding his life. Swa Xiao Duo was stunned when he heard this, and then he was furious. "What nonsense are you spouting? Let's not talk about the life and death battle, it's either life or death. If you didn't force me to sign the life and death battle, how would I have fought with them, and how would they have died? In the life and death battle, if they didn't die, then I would die. Is it wrong for me to kill them? Wu Yuntian, if we trace the cause of their deaths, it's definitely not me, it's you. It's you who killed 2 of your classmates because of your selfish desires." Swa Xiao Duo roared, You're the murderer." Swa Xiao Duo's words seemed to be sophistry, as if he was twisting words and forcing logic, but for some reason, the more they heard, the more they felt that it made sense. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with it at all. Because Swa Xiao Duo had never asked for the life and death battle. Everything was because Wu Yuntian was relentless, using all kinds of words to provoke him, using all kinds of methods to force him to sign the life and death battle contract. Now that your own people have died, you're actually blaming him for killing your people? Do you think I can only let you kill them? There's no such logic in this world, right? The murderer, tracing back to the source, was indeed this Wu Yuntian. Wu Yuntian's face was gloomy, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. "Swa Xiao Duo, give me your life." Swa Xiao Duo looked up to the sky and laughed. "I, the Iron Fist Prince, Swa Xiao Duo, am not afraid of you. Bring it on, let's see who will win." Clang! An intense sword hum rang out, and a blinding white light flashed, causing everyone to be blinded in an instant. Wu Yuntian unsheathed his long sword. The moment he unsheathed his sword, he had already performed the move of becoming one with his sword. Together with his sword, the sword light shot up to the sky like a rocket, bringing along a long tail of flame as it shot towards Zhuo Xiaoduo. Wu Yuntian obviously hated Zhuo Xiaoduo to the core. He didn't want to be entangled with this brat anymore, and only wanted to tear Zhuo Xiaoduo into pieces with one strike of his sword. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted, "Come on!" Following his shout, the starlight under his feet lit up again. With a wave of his hands, two almost invisible lights flashed and disappeared. Following that, Zhuo Xiaoduo performed the star steps with all his strength. His eyes were filled with brilliant starlight, and his footsteps were unpredictable, rushing towards Wu Yuntian's sword. The white light flashed and disappeared in the sword light. Wu Yuntian, who had been charging forward with an imposing aura, did not know why, but his sword light suddenly became chaotic. Following that, he let out a heart-wrenching, extremely painful scream. Despicable. My eyes. His footwork was also suddenly messed up. And Zhuo Xiaoduo had already rushed forward like a meteor chasing after the moon. His body was overflowing with boundless starlight, gorgeous and magnificent. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the elegant young master, a peerlessly beautiful young man, stepped on the starlight, elegantly and at ease, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, like a swimming dragon. He was really, really handsome. As the endless starlight surged, the dragon gate kick appeared, brazenly attacking. Boom! The kick was aimed at Wu Yuntian's crotch. After the successful attack, he didn't hesitate, and kicked again, and again, like a continuous stream of 36 kicks, all aimed at the same spot, like a meteor falling one after another. It was all in the crotch. Somewhere on the spectator stand, someone snorted in an extremely angry voice, "Bastard." What? This match is being watched by the whole nation. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted loudly, his whole body spinning in the air, and as he rose, Wu Yuntian's body was also kicked up into the air one after another. Once the Dragon Gate kick was used, the speed was almost as if there was no need to change space, it was really too fast, as if there was no way to stop. 36 kicks landed on the crotch of Wu Yuntian's pants. His entire body was kicked 40 meters into the air. After the last kick, Wu Yuntian's entire body exploded in midair, turning into minced meat that scattered in all directions. And after the last kick, Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to be in a state where he couldn't control himself. His two legs were like a whirlwind, kicking out 17 or 18 times in the air, before finally stopping. Countless pieces of minced meat could be seen everywhere on the spectator stands. There were bodies everywhere. Wu Yuntian's crotch was directly smashed by Zhuo Xiaoduo's Dragon Gate kick. Retch, retch. Instantly, the sound of vomiting was heard. It was really too disgusting. Many people were nervously watching the battle on the stage with their mouths agape, not daring to breathe. Who would have thought that pieces of minced meat would fly into their mouths? This was not the ordinary kind of disgust, it was as if disaster had fallen from the sky while they were in the stands, it was extremely unlucky. At this moment, other than the sound of vomiting, the whole place was silent, there was no other sound. Even many of the high martial arts teachers who were watching the battle did not see clearly what had happened. Why did Wu Yuntian rush out with such a strong momentum, but in the blink of an eye, he was kicked in the crotch, all the way to his death, until his body was smashed to pieces. This. Fenghai City's number 13 high school teacher, Li Qingqiu, jumped up in the stands, disregarding his manners, and shouted, "Despicable! Shameless! Zhuo Xiaoduo, you actually used a hidden weapon to ambush him. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you deserve to die. You deserve to die." On the other side, Luo Lai laughed loudly, "Funny, funny, really funny." In the life and death arena, life and death are decided in an instant. I would like to ask, is there a rule that forbids the use of any means? Li Qingqiu, if you can't afford to lose, don't make such a big fuss. Saying all those useless things will only make people laugh at you. Fenghai City's number 13 high school, is this all you have? As for the judges, their faces were filled with shock, including the horse-faced teacher Ma. They all saw Sui Xiaoduo use a hidden weapon, but they did not see what kind of weapon he used. However, their experience and knowledge told them that at least one thing was certain: this Iron Fist young master did not use Iron Fist in this battle at all. At the moment of life and death, this Iron Fist young master actually used another martial art. I really can't go all out today. There are 15 or 16 guys in the office waiting for me to finish writing and play with them. There's no other way to gather my comrades. However, I still need to ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. It's okay if my brothers and sisters don't give it to me. I didn't go all out today. Chapter 331. The live stream was broadcasted. The internet was already in an uproar. Did I see wrongly just now? May I ask where the Iron Fist of this Iron Fist prince is? I didn't see the Iron Fist, I only saw the crotch kick. It's so skillful. This leg technique is awesome. What kind of leg is this? It's so suitable for women's self-defense. Please tell me its name. This is the Dragon Gate Kick, the unique skill of the Kunlun sect. The Dragon Gate Kick is awesome. It's really the best crotch kick. Awesome. Broken voice. I didn't expect the Kunlun sect's Dragon Gate Kick to be used like this. I didn't think much of the Dragon Gate Kick before, but now it seems that we were too narrow-minded. This leg technique is suitable for crotch kicks. The person above is a genius. The crotch kick is awesome. They were led astray by their own eyes, and the audience was singing praises of the crotch kick. Sui Xiaoduo wins. Teacher Ma stood up to announce the result, and then said, Sui Xiaoduo, come forward. Sui Xiaoduo tidied up the dust on his body, walked forward obediently, and said respectfully, Hello, Teacher Ma. Hello, judges. This kid is so polite. Many judges praised him in their hearts. He was honest, sincere, and courteous. Most importantly, he was so handsome. Just the fact that he was pleasing to the eyes alone was enough to give him bonus points. Now everyone knew that Sui Xiaoduo had other means to win. Although they didn't know what it was, they shouldn't ask in public. This was obviously Sui Xiaoduo's life-saving trump card. Asking would be equivalent to harming him. But they couldn't help but be curious. Sui Xiaoduo. A female teacher said pleasantly, in these few battles. Did you bring any heavy equipment? This was a question based on experience. After all, Long Yuxing and the others were all carrying a considerable amount of weight on their bodies while they were fighting. As the team leader, Sui Xiaoduo might be fighting in the life and death arena, but he might have brought it. Sui Xiaoduo hesitated. Facing the eyes of more than a dozen teachers, he finally nodded shyly, yes. Yes. These two words were like a bolt of lightning that struck the hearts of all the teachers. The life and death arena actually had a weight-bearing state. Was he courting death or was he overconfident? This match came too quickly. My emotions are also a little out of control because of the excitement. Sui Xiaoduo was an honest man. He stammered, I forgot that I have heavy equipment on me, so I can't perform accurately. Did he forget that he was carrying weights? Causing me to misperform time and time again. This place made everyone feel dizzy again. However, after thinking about it for a while, it seemed to make sense. After all, Sua Xiaoduo had lost control of his body after winning 2 matches. It was obvious that it was the result of poor control. "Can I ask how heavy you are?" The female teacher's eyes were already burning with passion. With innate cultivation, he had defeated 3 embryonic breathing realm practitioners in 3 consecutive battles. Furthermore, he was carrying weights. If he wasn't a freak, then what was he? Sua Xiaoduo touched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm slightly heavier than my classmates, about 10,000 jin." 10,000 jin. Before today, Sua Xiaoduo felt that it would be too shocking if he had to carry 60,000 jin of weights on his body. Hence, he changed it to a pair of 5,000 jin of weights on his arms. The few teachers' eyes bulged at the same time. "What the fuck? Can I see?" Teacher Ma rubbed his hands. "Yes, most of my weights come from a pair of arm guards. Rather than calling it a weight, it's better to call it a weapon." Sua Xiaoduo rolled up his trousers and unbuttoned his shirt to reveal his arms. Frowning, he calculated and said, "The arm guards on both arms are 5,000 jin each, so it's 10,000 jin in total. There are some other weights on my body and legs. At most, it's a few thousand jin. Altogether, it's not even 15,000 jin." All the teachers sucked in a breath of cold air once again. Carrying 15,000 jin of weights, he could still jump freely and move normally. He could jump in the air as if he was walking on flat ground. He could step into the starlight with the star steps and kick open the dragon gate. This kid was just an innate expert, but he was already an innate fighting embryo breath and won instantly. Such aptitude. Being a freak was no longer enough to describe him. This was a heaven-defying style. Teacher Ma's eyes were burning. "Sua Xiaoduo, thank you for speaking up for us just now. Huayang High Martial Arts. If you have anything to say, say it after the competition." Another teacher interrupted him sternly. "The life and death arena is not over yet. If you talk nonsense, won't you disturb Sua Xiaoduo's state of mind?" Teacher Ma gritted his teeth and looked at the teacher with a gaze as if he wanted to swallow him in one bite. Sua Xiaoduo had defeated the opponent's captain, so there was no suspense. Although there was still one more round according to the rules, who would dare to come up and die? What did he mean by the life and death arena was not over yet? This bastard obviously didn't want me to say anything. Poor me, I had to lower my status and use what happened just now as a topic. What the fuck? The female teacher who spoke just now smiled even more gently. "Sua Xiaoduo, let's talk about the competition just now. I'm Ding Xiulan from Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. I'm really curious, how did you win just now? Although I know you must have used a hidden weapon, I really couldn't tell what kind of hidden weapon it was. And that leg technique of yours. At the critical moment of life and death, what kind of leg technique did you use?" The other teachers were holding their breaths and admiring him. Look at him, he naturally revealed his identity according to the context. The whole process was natural, and he even used the words to ask a question. He was really good. This eloquence was really good. He was indeed from Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. He was so pretentious that he could even play mind games better than others. They were ashamed of their inferiority. However, this question was also what everyone wanted to ask the most. "Teacher Ding, you have sharp eyes. I did use a hidden weapon." Sua Xiaoduo took out a handful of sparkling and translucent small gourds, small buttons, small orchids, small. They were all very delicate. Very beautiful. Sparkling and translucent. Isn't this an ordinary low-quality jade? A teacher picked up a small gourd and said in surprise, "This is it?" "That's it. Sua Xiao Duo said innocently. Why do you use these flashy things? Why don't you use a stronger material? What kind of lethality can these hidden weapons have? The teacher frowned and felt that it was very inconceivable. Why do you want to practice hidden weapons? Another teacher asked. It's quite beautiful. A female teacher said. It's just that it's not lethal enough. There were different opinions, and they all focused their attention on Sua Xiao Duo. I'm just thinking that these hidden weapons don't have much lethality. Sua Xiao Duo smiled honestly and said, hidden weapons can easily kill the enemy in a sneak attack. But with mine, it won't be fatal under normal circumstances. I'm still at the stage of learning, and there's still some time before I can really fight against the Umno Alliance on the battlefield. Hidden weapons are a kind of transitional weapon for me, and they can't be used as a trump card for a long time. If I go to the battlefield in the future, I guess I won't use them anymore. This kid is really kind-hearted and thoughtful. As for using hidden weapons and like skills, Sua Xiao Duo coughed and explained embarrassedly, actually, the nickname Iron Fist Young Master is just a normal disguise. My current life-saving method is this hidden weapon. And the Dragon Gate Kick, which is my real trump card. In the battle just now, if Wu Yuntian really rushed over, with the cultivation strength he showed and the power of his moves, I might really be in danger. After all, my cultivation is not enough, so I chose to use a hidden weapon to interfere. At that time, he was so angry that he hit me in the eyes. Sua Xiao Duo looked ashamed and said uneasily, this is a battle of life and death, so it shouldn't be considered breaking the rules, right? No, how can it be considered breaking the rules? Of course it's fine, it's fine. Several teachers nodded in affirmation at the same time. They warned each other with their eyes and felt a little ashamed. This child was really honest. In just a few words, he actually revealed his trump card. Sigh, as teachers, it's really not nice of us to use our status and power to get this information out of him. I hope no one will tell this to others. Teacher Ding Shulan of Shangjing Ancestral Dragon High School looked at the others and said, this is a life-saving trump card, and it can't be revealed. The other teachers nodded in agreement. This was a necessary guarantee. Each and every one of them looked at Sua Xiao Duo with an indescribable admiration and fondness. What a good kid. He respected his teachers and was gentle and courteous, he was honest and sincere, and he was loyal and righteous, he was determined, righteous, and handsome. Sua Xiao Duo, your temper is too straightforward. Teacher Ding Shulan sighed and said, when you encounter injustice, you stand up for justice. When you meet people who are good to you, you pour your heart out. If you do this, you will suffer in the future. Sigh, you can come to Ancestral Dragon High School. I will do my best to teach you. Otherwise, when you enter society in the future, with your straightforward temper. The other teachers admired him more and more. They were so impressed that they wanted to prostrate themselves. This act of poaching was really done without the slightest trace of human activity. Sua Xiao Duo opened his eyes wide and said seriously, teachers, you are all respected elders. You are all respected seniors. Of course, I have to tell the truth. If it was someone else, I wouldn't say it. I'm not stupid. Ha ha ha. Good kid. All the teachers felt a burst of warm feeling. Such a good kid was a peerless genius, a peerless demon. If he could come to their school and become a legend, it was foreseeable. Almost all the teachers present had this thought in their hearts. There was a cry from the opposite side. Teacher Li Qingshou of Fenghai City's No. 13 High School said angrily, Sua Xiao Duo, you murderer. Fenghai City's No. 13 High School will never let you go. Chapter 332. Li Qingqiu was going crazy. 3 top geniuses from 2 big families had died in one battle. It was not hard to imagine what he would suffer when he returned. Before anyone could speak, Ding Xiulan had already stepped out. Her expression was cold, and her voice was cold. Li Qingqiu, as a teacher, you should be a role model. What you said just now, only you could say that. I only ask you, was the life and death battle proposed by your people? Let me ask you again, did your people sign the life and death contract? The third question is, what are the rules of the life and death battle? Ding Xiulan did not hide her disdain. You forced others to sign the life and death contract, forced others to fight to the death. Now that your own people are dead, you actually say that the other party is a murderer. If this sentence was said by a student of 13th high school, I can understand it as a moment of anger, and the teacher did not teach properly. But as a teacher, you actually said such words, how can you be a role model? Let's not talk about others, as long as I, Ding Xiulan, am in this world, Fenghai City's 13th high school and the families of the dead students. Including everyone, if anyone dares to play dirty and make a move on Zhuoxiao Duo, or the students of Phoenix City, I, Ding Xiulan, will fight to the death with you. Ding Xiulan's face was cold, and her voice was powerful. This is the rule of martial arts, this is the fate of martial artists. This is the Longhu ranking battle. This is high martial arts enrollment. Who dares to offend? Ding Xiulan looked around. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. Life and death are predestined. Our ancestral Dragon High School firmly upholds the rules of martial arts. Who is not convinced? Stand out. At this moment, teacher Ding Xiulan was really domineering and awe-inspiring. The other teachers also agreed, that's right, teacher Ding is right, I agree. If anyone wants to take revenge on Zhuoxiao Duo, they must first go through me, Ma Zhangxi. Teacher Ma also stood out, our Huayang High School will not sit by and watch this kind of phenomenon, we will definitely put an end to it. Below the stage, teacher Luo Yanling shouted, our Northeast Jade Sun High School firmly upholds the rules of martial arts, those who violate it will be severely punished. Our Hidden Dragon High School firmly upholds the rules of martial arts, those who violate the rules will be in vain. We. The few teachers who spoke too late cursed in their hearts while shouting out the name of their school. Otherwise, these geniuses would really be taken away by Ding Xiulan. This woman really wasn't a good person. Looking at how she grasped the opportunity and how she was the first to stand out, the gazes of those young men were burning with respect. Damn it! It was so good to be a woman. She could act shamelessly as much as she wanted. These beautiful words were really beautiful. Countless male teachers felt that their gender was really wrong. Competing with this group of female teachers, there was really no advantage at all. At the very least. He had never even thought about such a thing before. It's not that our thinking isn't meticulous, it's purely the disadvantage of our gender. As a man, it was too unfair. Zhuoxiao's eyes were brimming with tears. Thank you, teachers, for speaking up for me. Thank you so much. With your words, my heart instantly calmed down. My home is instantly safe. Ding Xiulan gently nodded and said, Xiao Duo, don't be afraid. Teacher will stand up for you. The other teachers felt their teeth ache again. They really wanted to leave in a huff. She was too shameless. With this tone, she actually directly called Xiao Duo and called herself a teacher. Your ancestral Dragon High School is one of the top 3 famous schools. Is there a need to? Do you lack geniuses? Is there a need to lower your status to compete with us? Is there a need to? Ding Xiulan's gaze locked onto Li Qingqiu, and said in an unusually dignified manner, Li Qingqiu, I only want to ask you. In the following fourth battle, is your Fenghai 13 still going to fight? Fight or not? This was a question. The numerous teachers present all looked at this teacher Li with ridicule in their eyes. They saw him standing there like a wooden chicken. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He said dejectedly, "No, we admit defeat." Teacher Ma Jiangxi snorted and said, "Admit defeat." According to the rules of the life and death ring, once the life and death contract is signed, the battle will be fought to the last one. How can it be settled by just admitting defeat and forfeiting? Li Qingqiu said with grief and indignation, "We have already admitted defeat." Could it be that the teachers of high school have to be so overbearing? Do you have to watch the seed students of our school die? Ma Jiangxi said coldly, "Did we force you to sign the life and death contract? You were full of murderous intent and forced the opponent to sign the life and death contract. If you were the one who had the upper hand now, would you be merciful and let the defeated opponent go? Li Qingqiu, if you can't afford to play, why should you sign the life and death contract?" Li Qingqiu's face was ashen, extremely twisted and ferocious. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ma Jiangxi shouted, "What, spitting blood to gain sympathy? The life and death ring is not something that you can cancel with a mere mouthful of blood. Li Qingqiu, quickly let your side enter the life and death ring. Continue to fight. Enter the ring." Ma Jiangxi shouted loudly. The remaining 3 students of Fenghai's 13 middle school were all pale, their bodies trembling like sieves. For the first time, they felt that the road of martial arts was actually so dangerous. The feeling of imminent death was so real and urgent. Ma Jiangxi really hated Li Qingqiu to the bone. Otherwise, from his standpoint, he would have tried to mediate the situation and ask Zhuo Xiaoduo for a favor to end this match. However, Li Qingqiu's words were harsh, and he even scolded Huayang and Gao Wu together. Since this enmity had already been formed, this was a great opportunity to hit him when he was down. Even if he wanted to kill him, why not? He just wanted to make him lose face. Anyway, he would definitely not dare to send another student to the ring. If he sent another student to the ring, it would not be Zhuo Xiaoduo killing people, but Li Qingqiu sending students to their deaths. How could the families of the remaining 3 students let go of the initiator of this battle, Li Qingqiu? "Teacher Ma, Teacher Ding," Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a face full of pity. "Student Zhuo Xiaoduo, what do you want to say? Since the other party has already admitted defeat, victory and defeat are clear. Let's just forget about it. After all, the other 3 students did not sign the life and death arena contract. Forcing this life and death arena contract on them, I feel a little bad." Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was honest and sincere, and he couldn't bear it. "As the winner of the life and death battle, I will end the rest of the battle with the result of not winning the remaining 3 battles. Is this okay?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said in a deep voice. This sentence immediately won the cheers of the audience. Countless people felt that. This child was too good at heart, too kind. He was really a good child with a kind heart and took the overall situation into consideration. This kind of child, and this kind of peerless talent at that, was really hard to find even with a lantern in hand. In time, he would definitely be a pillar of the astral soul's mainland. Today was just the beginning of his legend, the first battle of the mythical voyage, the first chapter. The battle for the top 20, Phoenix City's 2nd high school versus Fenghai City's 13th high school, ended. Phoenix City's 2nd high school strode forward with its head held high, advancing into the top 15, while its opponent, Fenghai City's 13th high school, sadly ended, announcing their withdrawal from the competition in advance. There was no other reason than that the team was directly crippled. 3 of the 6 contestants were dead, and the captain and vice-captain were dead. The surviving team members had already lost their will to fight. That afternoon, Li Qingqiu and the other teacher hurriedly left Nanji City with the 3 remaining team members. Before the life and death battle ended, Li Qingqiu and the other teacher's cell phones were exploding with calls. This match was broadcasted live on the internet. Life and death battle. 3 people died on the spot. This kind of thing, this kind of result, might be a lively event in the eyes of others, but in Fenghai City, it was a big deal that had already set off a tsunami. The principal's office of Fenghai City's 13th high school had been smashed into smithereens by the furious principal. In Fenghai City School, the higher-ups of the Wu family and the Gao family were all present. Now that they could not find trouble with Suoshao Duo, their anger was directed at Li Qingqiu. It was clearly Fenghai City's side who proposed the life and death battle. Shouldn't they have absolute confidence? Why did things turn out like this? How did Li Qingqiu lead his team? How dare he agree to something like the life and death battle without absolute confidence? Fuck Li Qingqiu, is his brain stuffed with suspenders? Without the instruction of the lead teacher, why would my T-honors sign the life and death battle contract? Li Qingqiu, you murderer. My 2 daughters are even more innocent. They were purely forced to their deaths by Li Qingqiu and Wu Yuntian. Fuck your mother's fart. What does this have to do with our T-honor? Who the fuck are you scolding? If it wasn't for your Wu Yuntian who insisted on signing the life and death contract, would my daughters have died? Wu, you will pay with your life. The chaos in Fenghai City involved the 2 major families, the local martial arts school, and the 3 factions. It almost instantly spread to the entire city. The entire 13th high school was in a state of paralysis. Countless parents rushed into the school. Is your teacher retarded? He actually scolded the Huayang High School teachers directly in the live broadcast. Bastard! Are you trying to cut off my child's future path of advancement? Now, I don't know how many high school martial arts schools will no longer accept students from Fenghai 13th High School. Are you satisfied? I'm really unlucky to send my son to your school. Now that my child's future has been ruined by you, are you satisfied? You have to take responsibility, Ba. Can you take responsibility? I'm really a fucking dog for choosing your school. What about my child's future? Can anyone think of a way? 13th high school must take responsibility. Usually, you collect money so quickly, you can't wait to suck us dry. Now that I've seen it, the entire school from top to bottom, from inside to outside, is obviously full of idiots. I'm not talking about the students, I'm talking about the teachers. Does anyone have any objections? A bunch of retards, run your fucking school. You have to give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll definitely go to the Martial Arts Bureau to complain about you. You're a bunch of thieves and prostitutes. You don't even have the basic morals. You don't even have a mouth, only filthy words. Chapter 333. Let's not talk about how chaotic Fenghai City was. 2 flowers bloomed, each showing a branch. Now, the focus was still on the Longhu list. Phoenix City No. 2 High School was still in the top 15 with a winning record and ranked first in total points. They were high up, looking down on the heroes. Especially the captain, Suoshao Duo, who rose to fame in a single battle. He was brave, resourceful, intelligent, wise, honest, respectful, courteous, and kind-hearted. He received the praise of almost the entire society. This kind of praise was hard to buy even with money. Of course, there were also people who spoke sourly on the internet. No matter how good Sua Xiaoduo is, he's still a murderer. Why doesn't he know how to be merciful when it's possible to spare people? 3 fresh human lives were all buried in his hands. How can 2 bloody hands be considered benevolent? This kind of argument, as soon as it appeared, would immediately be criticized to the point of being depressed. That was the life and death ring. If you are so kind, why don't you go up and try? As long as you go up the ring and wait for death, we will believe your words. You are doing it for the sake of justice, not for the sake of standing and talking. Instead, kicking people in the crotch became a hot topic. The Kunlun Taoist sect began to be known by the public. Currently, among the 4 hot favorites to win the championship, Phoenix City No. 2 High School once again took back one of the spots. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Fenghai No. 3 High School, Yangluo No. 1 High School, Phoenix City No. 2 High School, Water City No. 1 High School, which was originally a hot favorite to win the championship, encountered Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. They fought until the last person and finally lost. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, who won, also had a tragic victory. These 2 schools had fought for an entire afternoon. Exhaustion was secondary. All the students who participated in the battle were covered in bruises and injuries. There were few who were lucky. However, the audience at their battle arena was not even 1/10 of the audience who watched Phoenix City No. 2 High School's life and death ring. After the bitter battle, the victory and defeat did not stir up any waves. There were not even many people discussing it. The battle on the stage was extremely tragic, but the internet below the stage was deserted. In the next battle for the top 15, the top 11 would advance to the next round. In the battle on the morning of the second day, Phoenix City No. 2 High School encountered a team. Originally, their overall combat power was quite impressive. They had 2 practitioners who had advanced to the embryonic breathing realm, and could be said to be a strong team. It was a pity that after the continuous battles, they were basically crippled. Moreover, all of them were injured. With such a lineup, against Phoenix City's second high school, which was still strong and full of fighting power, they simply admitted defeat after only 2 rounds. The battle prowess of both sides were not on the same level at all. It was better not to lose face. This smooth battle had successfully sent Phoenix City's No. 2 High School into the top 11, and they were still in first place in terms of total points. The next battle was the battle of the top 8. And for the teams that were able to make it this far, all of the students were the cream of the crop. None of them were mediocre. The next round of the quarterfinals would be held 2 days later. This was the usual practice of the large competition. At this stage of the large competition, it was inevitable that the members of every battle team would be injured and exhausted, their strength greatly reduced. Therefore, he deliberately set aside 2 days of rest to allow the exhausted students to rest and recover. He didn't deliberately target anyone, nor did he have the intention to provide assistance to anyone. South G City even opened up the martial arts nourishment chamber, and provided the nourishment cabins for the participating students to use for free. This allowed the teams that made it into the top 11 to have the benefit of recuperation and nourishment. Although Phoenix City's second high school was in first place in terms of points and also had this treatment, all of their members were in good condition and their battle prowess was not affected at all. Originally, they did not need this kind of recovery aid. But the bad thing was that the other party was too obvious with their intention of giving way. Your Phoenix City's second high school probably doesn't need the nourishment cabins. These words were said with a hint of hypocrisy. Of course we do. Sua Xiaoduo, who valued wealth more than life, did not wait for the others to speak. He immediately agreed without hesitation. We really need them. Thank you for the considerate arrangement of the large competition, thank you. The other party could not help but be dumbfounded. Out of all the teams, you are the only ones who do not have any injuries. Every one of you is full of energy. What do you need the nourishment cabins for? To soak in a bath. We have been fighting fiercely for several days. Our muscles and bones are already aching. We need to recuperate. Thank you, thank you. When can we go? Xiaoduo's face was full of enthusiasm. He held the other party's hand and did not let go for a long time. This person's face was distorted. We can do it now. You guys are the first in the large competition. Naturally, you guys will be the first to recover. Every team has 5 hours of recuperation time. Because there are a lot of injured people in this large competition, more nourishment cabins will be used than usual. Great. Xiaoduo's face was full of smiles. Wait for me. Let us pack up and take off all the weights. Then, take us there. As he spoke, he led the few fellows into the inner room. He even slammed the door shut. The other party's nose was almost flattened by the door. He was speechless and puzzled. You guys are not injured. Why do you need the nourishment cabins? Do you really want to soak in a bath? Inside the room, Long Yuxing and the others who knew the purpose of the nourishment cabins were also puzzled. Swa. We are not injured. Why do we need the nourishment cabins? You don't really plan to use that thing to soak in a bath, do you? Long Yuxing asked, puzzled. I say, you 5 iron fools, why can't you think deeper? Xiaoduo was exasperated. Can't we enter the nourishment cabins if we are not injured? Who said that? Who made the rule? If we are not injured, why do we go in? Is it just to soak in a bath? Wan Lixio looked puzzled. Stupid. Xiaoduo lowered his voice. If any of you talk about soaking in a bath again, be careful. I will get angry with you. The nourishment liquid in the nourishment cabins is the purest spiritual energy. How can it be compared to bath water? Even if you are not injured, you don't even know how to drink it. This is a great bargain delivered to our doorstep. What? Wan Lixio's voice almost changed. Drink? The others were also horrified. They looked at Xiaoduo as if they were looking at a crazy demon. Boss, even if you value money more than life, you can't be so extreme, right? Xiaoduo was furious. What? Am I wrong? Or is that thing poisonous? Yes. It's not poisonous, but... Wan Lixio looked conflicted. Will we die if we drink it? Xiaoduo asked again. No. But... are there any benefits to drinking it? Xiaoduo asked 3 times. Of course there are benefits, but... Xiaoduo waved his hand and interrupted them. Since it's not poisonous and you won't die from drinking it, why are you hesitating? You don't want to take advantage of it delivered to your mouth. Xiaoduo pointed at the 5 people. You want to become strong masters with this kind of awareness. You want to catch up with me. You don't even dare to drink a mouthful of the nourishment liquid. Do you think it's dirty? Do you know how much you can gain from drinking a belly full of nourishment liquid and slowly digesting it? Do you know how much your cultivation base can increase after drinking it? Do you know how much it can increase your strength? Xiaoduo looked at the 5 people in surprise. What is in your brain? Is it brain matter? Why do I look down on each and every one of you now? This kind of look down. Why don't you look down on us forever? Seeing that everyone was still conflicted and hesitant, Xiaoduo directly ordered, since we're going later and the matter is settled, I'm not afraid to tell you that if anyone doesn't drink it, if anyone doesn't drink enough, I'll beat him to death when he comes back. Also, don't even think about participating in the competition after this. I'm the captain and I have the final say, hee hee. Wait here. Let's go. Swa Xiao Duo opened the door and left. The 5 people behind him. Each of them had different expressions as they followed him out shyly. When the 6 people from Phoenix City No. 2 High School finished using the nourishment pods and left, the person in charge of looking after the nourishment pods discovered that a large portion of the nourishment liquid had gone down. The person in charge of the nourishment pods couldn't help but be shocked. These children looked fine, but it turned out that they had suffered serious internal injuries and had to use so much nourishment liquid to heal. It really wasn't easy. No wonder they could get first place, they had risked their lives to get it. When Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai returned from a meeting, it was already past dinner time. They frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Why didn't I see you guys eating when we were eating?" Then, when they carefully sized up the few of them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. As far as the eye could see, Swa Xiao Duo and the rest of the 6 people were lying on the sofa with big bellies, holding their stomachs and groaning. The size of their stomachs was not much different from that of a pregnant woman who was 6 or 7 months pregnant. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai's eyes almost popped out. "You guys. What kind of food did you secretly eat? Why are you so full?" Wan Lixiu blushed and hid her head in her armpit, not saying a word. Li Chenglong looked around and saw that no one was speaking. He coughed and played the role of vice captain. "Cough, it's like this. In the afternoon, we went to the nourishment pods to soak for a bit. And then?" Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai stared at him and asked. "Under Swa's orders." Li Chenglong held his stomach and said with difficulty, "We drank all the nourishment pods in the nourishment pods." At this moment, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai's feelings and thoughts were simply indescribable. It was a subtle feeling as if they had been struck by lightning. Swa said that it was the essence of spiritual energy. Yu Moyin held his stomach and said, "It was very beneficial." Hu Ruoyun was completely dumbfounded. She didn't know what to say. Spiritual energy. Of course, it was the purest form of spiritual energy. It was indeed beneficial. This. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. "Have you guys not thought about how many people have soaked in it?" Luo Lai was speechless. Swa said, "We were the first batch to use it this time." There was a high chance that the nourishment pods were newly infused. Even if they weren't. Nourishment pods are still nourishment pods. There is no difference in essence. Drinking it will bring us more benefits. It's better than being beaten to death because of lack of benefits. Long Yuxing held his stomach and explained weakly. The key was that he was too full. He really didn't have the energy to speak. Chapter 334. Swa Xiao Duo was at the side, holding his stomach as he tried to digest. He rolled his eyes. "Look at how reluctant these guys are. You will know the benefits after you digest it. You don't know how to thank me. You still owe me money for the space ring." Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai went outside to rest as if they were sleepwalking. It looked like the 6 of them didn't need to eat for the time being. The 2 of them looked at each other for a while. Hu Ruoyun said softly, "It would be strange if these guys don't succeed in the future." Luo Lai nodded. It was hard to accept at the beginning. But after thinking about it, what they said and did was right. Use all means to become stronger. This is the heart of a strong warrior. Luo Lai sighed and felt sad. Why didn't I think of drinking a little at that time? Ugh. Hu Ruoyun retched instinctively. Until the afternoon of the second day, their stomachs were still bulging. According to Swishaoduo's words, even if you have to pee, you have to endure it and focus on cultivating. Try to absorb as much as you can. If you really can't absorb anymore, then do those useless things. It's really useful. Wan Lixio was exultant. I feel that a lot of new vitality has seeped into my meridians. This growth is still happening. I really want to drink more. Everyone else's faces were also filled with joy. Don't you think it's dirty now? Swishaoduo looked at Wan Lixio and teased. Dirty. It's still dirty, but it's really useful. Wan Lixio was embarrassed. For strength. Swishaoduo lowered his voice and said, Now, I'll teach you another lesson. Once you enter the higher martial arts level, challenge the strong once in a while. Let yourself be seriously injured, or at least make it look like you're seriously injured. Then try to enter the nutrition cabin. Let me tell you, the nutrition cabin of the higher martial arts level is much stronger than what we're drinking now. The 5 people's eyes lit up as they nodded their heads, looking as if they were deep in thought. Of course, Swishaoduo did not know that his impromptu training had caused a lot of trouble for the major martial arts schools in the future. Now, he was listing out the remaining 10 teams. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai had agreed to Swishaoduo's request and brought back the videos of the other teams' previous matches. The 8 of them each had a computer and were watching videos with their headsets. Swishaoduo was watching 3 videos each. After he finished reading, 3 of the teams were directly thrown into the cold palace by him. The captains of these 3 teams are at most as strong as Yu Moyin, Li Zhongming, and Long Yuxing. The others are nothing special. It would be strange if Swishaoduo was interested in such an opponent. He strolled behind the other 7 people. Stop. Let's pause for a moment. Long Yuxing, your pause. Teacher Luo, your pause. Swishaoduo's eyes suddenly lit up. I have to watch these 3 videos one by one. These 3. Hu Ruoyun also paused her own video and said, Hidden Dragon 1. Feng Hai 3. Yang Lui. Swishaoduo nodded and said, Yes. I suggest you watch Shui Qing as well, Hu Ruoyun said. Apart from us, this is the most popular team to win the championship. I don't need to watch Shui Qing. Swishaoduo looked at Hu Ruoyun's page and said, The 6 people in Shui Qing are the kind of people who can make friends. They are very open and chivalrous. Oh. Hu Ruoyun frowned and wondered, Are you praising them? Why do I feel that it doesn't sound right? Everyone roared with laughter at once. Swishaoduo said seriously, It's really a compliment. Although I don't agree with their approach, it doesn't mean that I don't have a good impression of these 6 people. On the contrary, I really appreciate them. They are standard martial artists who follow the standard spirit of martial arts. They won't hide anything. They will be a dignified army throughout the whole process. The 2 armies will confront each other with pure strength. They disdain to use any tricks. Swishaoduo said seriously to Long Yuxing and others, These 6 people, after you go to your respective high martial arts universities in the future, if you are destined to become classmates with them, you can make friends with them. Each of them belongs to the kind of people who can entrust their backs to you. You can't be wrong. Wan Lixio and others wrote it down seriously. They had never seen Swishaoduo praise anyone. This was the first time in history. People who could be evaluated by Swishaoduo like this must not be wrong. This was already the consensus of the 5 people, also known as basic common sense. The headmaster of Shui City No. 1 Middle School was the general of the Southern Army, Gu Qianfan, the sword of no return. When Gu Qianfan was the first vanguard of the Southern Army, he would go forward in every battle and would rather break than bend. His sword of no return meant that he would rather go straight and not ask for something in a curve. Once the sword is out, there is no turning back. Hu Ruoyun sighed and said, Headmaster Gu Qianfan later encountered the Grand Sage of Fire in a battle. Half of his body was destroyed by the true essence fire. The frontline doctors tried all means but still couldn't repair it. His life was in danger. In order to save his life, Marshal Nan Jingqian personally asked for the Heaven Reversal Pill. The one who had the Heaven Reversal Pill was old Minister Nan of the Ministry of Finance, who was Marshal Nan's father. The old man's request was that the Marshal of the Southern Army should come back to take over the Ministry of Finance when his term was up. Otherwise, he would not give the Heaven Reversal Pill. Marshal Nan agreed immediately and asked for the Heaven Reversal Pill to save Gu Qianfan's life. Gu Qianfan felt ashamed to face Marshal Nan. He was disabled, so he resolutely retired from the army. Later, he became the headmaster of Shui Qing No. 1 Middle School until now. Since then, all the students from Shui Qing No. 1 Middle School have been like this. They would rather break than bend and die than submit. Shui Qing No. 1 Middle School will never accept those who have a slightly wrong character, even if their qualifications are incredible. Hu Ruoyun said, Gu Qianfan is a legendary figure. It's natural for him to teach such students. It's not surprising. He's indeed a legendary figure. It's just a normal operation to teach 6 upright heroes in one breath. Sua Xiaoduo said, You don't say. The 6 of them are like the same mold. It's amazing. He smiled and said, In fact, if Long Yuxing and Yu Moyan hadn't been with me for a long time, they should be such people. Li Chenglong said lazily, I know. One who stays with ink will be stained black. Swollen. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes showed a fierce light. Give me the money in your space ring quickly. Li Chenglong coughed and replied very casually, What are you shouting for? I don't have money now. When I earn money in the future, I will naturally give it to you. Why are you in a hurry? Am I the kind of person who owes money and doesn't pay it back? Sua Xiaoduo was speechless and said to Hu Ruoyun, Look, what kind of quality the students in our school have. Hu Ruoyun pursed her lips and smiled. I remember that Li Chenglong was very honest before he met you. I also think that what he said just now is really right. One who stays with the cinnabar is marked by the red. The students taught by the old headmaster Gu are first class, open and above board. Well, Xiaoduo, I don't mean anything else. Don't think too much. Sua Xiaoduo was hit by this sentence and directly closed his eyes. He silently turned around and watched the video. As Sua Xiaoduo watched, he constantly paused and tilted his head to watch. After a while, the others gathered behind him. The captain and vice captain of Hidden Dragon High School No. 1 are both hiding their strength and hiding a lot. The 2 girls should also be hiding their strength. I feel that the one with the highest combat power in Fenghai High School No. 3 should be No. 2. The captain is not necessarily the strongest among them. Sua Xiaoduo frowned as he watched and said, The tall girl from Yangluo High School is very noteworthy. Her strength is unfathomable. She is the one who hides her strength the most out of everyone. Right now, our biggest opponent is still Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. They should have used the benefits in room No. 1 as soon as they came, causing their strength to increase by another step. However, because of this benefit, their control of their own aura is no longer perfect, and there are many unnatural situations. It should be because they are not used to the sudden increase in strength. After Zhou Xiaoduo finished his comments, he continued to watch. After watching for a while, he paused again. Then he continued to comment. How can you tell? Hu Ruoyun was a little surprised. Because my ability to hide my strength is far better than theirs. When it comes to hiding strength, I am the ancestor. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed and said proudly, hiding my strength like this is the right way to do it. I am worthy of the Best Actor award. Their so-called concealment is only at the entry level and is not worth mentioning. I believe that their concealment was already seen through by the referees, but absolutely no one saw through my concealment. Zhou Xiaoduo showed a lonely expression and sighed, there are too few people like me in the world. Other than wanting to laugh, everyone was speechless. You are so insidious that you actually know how to be insidious and still boast about yourself. For 2 days in a row. Zhou Xiaoduo stayed in his room and studied the battle video. He felt more and more that there were indeed many geniuses in this world. He had indeed underestimated the heroes of the world before. Facing such a group of insidious people, Zhou Xiaoduo felt very melancholy. How annoying! Why are these people so insidious? Until this night. Zhou Xiaoduo ordered. Everyone, take off the weights. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was very serious, from tomorrow onwards, prepare for a fierce battle. Not confident. Hu Ruoyun's face also became serious. It's not that we are not confident. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was sullen, in the current situation, we have to try to hide our strength as much as possible so that it will be difficult for our opponents to determine our strength in the future. If we stick to the traditional method, when we start a match with any of the families, there is a possibility that the next opponent will take advantage of our weakness. Our goal is to win, so of course, we have to avoid this situation. So, after tomorrow's battle, everyone will start a special training. Make changes or create reverse traps based on our own weaknesses. And this will require the rich martial arts experience of the 2 teachers to help us complete. Luo Lai breathed a sigh of relief and said, this is definitely not a problem. We will do our best. 4th update, looking for monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Subscribe. Chapter 335. Not only that, but we also have to study the traps that they may set for us. At my current level, I'm not afraid of any of them, but Swollen and the others. If we're not careful, it's very likely that we'll be defeated. I hope that my teammates can complete this competition with a complete victory. But now it seems that it's a little difficult. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. There are only 30 pills with special effects to recover true inner force. It's not enough. Zhou Xiaoduo said. Hu Ruoyun frowned and said, how many more do we need? I'll think of a way. We need at least 12 more pills. Zhou Xiaoduo estimated. I'll go and get them. Hu Ruoyun turned and left. Tomorrow. I want all of you to keep your spirits up. Now, remove the weights and get used to your current state. Then, train your speed accordingly. Don't panic and be in a state of panic. Zhou Xiaoduo said. It was a quiet night. The next morning, the weather was great. The sun was shining brightly, like a fire. Zhou Xiaoduo brought his team to the arena very early. It was still the first group. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xiaoduo and his team of 6 arrived with their clothes fluttering in the wind. The eyes of the referees, who had been waiting for them, lit up. They looked more expectant than before. Previously, these 6 little fellows were all dressed up like they were going for a spin. But now, they were all agile and elegant. It was obvious that they had removed their own weight. They had been carrying weights before and had swept the competition. Now that they had removed their weights, how powerful would they be? One by one, the teams came to the arena. The 11 teams were brimming with energy and vigor. 5 matches would be held today. After the 5 matches, the 5 defeated teams and the team with a bye would draw lots again. The losers would be eliminated directly, and the winners would advance to the top 8. The first group. The first group. All the matches would be completed here. Although it was only 8:00 in the morning, the weather was already unbearably hot. When Swiss Xiao Duo and the others arrived, the other teams were already in place. As Swiss Xiao Duo walked forward, there were many teachers who greeted him cordially. Swiss Xiao Duo, you look very energetic today. Hee hee. Swiss Xiao Duo chuckled. Teacher, you're even more spirited. Swiss Xiao Duo, why are you so late today? I'm sorry, teacher. There was a traffic jam. Swiss Xiao Duo, do your best. Teacher Ma Zhangxi shouted. Thank you, Teacher Ma. Swiss Xiao Duo will never forget your kindness. Good child. Teacher Ma was comforted. Swiss Xiao Duo. After countless greetings, Swiss Xiao Duo smiled all the way. Gradually, his face became stiff. Yu Moyin. In front, Teacher Luo Yanling jumped out. Good luck. Thank you, Teacher Luo. Yu Moyin also had feelings for Teacher Luo, so he responded gratefully. The students from the other 10 teams were all dumbfounded by this situation. Why were the students from Phoenix City's No. 2 high school so popular? Why did it seem like the hundreds of teachers present at the scene all recognized them? All of them couldn't be the descendants of some big shot, could they? Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai had just sat down when a few teachers came to find them. Teacher Hu, Teacher Luo. That's me. What can I do for you, teacher? It's like this. We're from the disciplinary committee of the tournament committee. We have something to ask the two of you. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai were both puzzled by the arrival of these people. Why would the disciplinary committee of the tournament committee look for them? They didn't violate the rules. The two teachers hesitated for a moment. They considered their words carefully and said, it's like this. Just the day before yesterday, Teacher Li Qingqiu from Fenghai No. 13 High School took the remaining 3 students and withdrew from the tournament. They returned to Fenghai. Teacher Hu should know about this. Hu Ruoyun said, I know. At that time, Teacher Li Qingqiu expressed his intention to forfeit. We didn't have the intention to kill them and agreed to their forfeit. Since they forfeited, they should go back. Yes, this part of the situation is basically the same as what we know. The teacher nodded and said, it said that Teacher Li Qingqiu and Teacher Hu. When you were young, you had old grudges. Hu Ruoyun nodded honestly and said, this is not a secret. What happened back then? Teacher Hu was very generous. He told them about the past in detail. The teacher took notes seriously and his eyes swept over Hu Ruoyun. Swiss Xiao Duo, who was following by the side, felt that something was amiss. He couldn't help but ask, Teacher, from what you're saying, could it be that something happened to Teacher Li on the way here? The teacher glanced at Swiss Xiao Duo and sighed, that's right. Teacher Li was attacked on the way back. We don't know if he's dead or alive. There's such a thing. That's so satisfying. Swiss Xiaoduo's face was full of surprise. Then he said, I mean. This is really indescribable. This Teacher Li has offended too many people in these 2 days. It's really good to be kind to others. The teacher opposite them was stunned when he heard this. Hey, this. It should be said that the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. That Li Qingqiu had really offended a lot of people these 2 days. Just the fact that he was found out on the spot while cursing Huayang High School in the stands. He believed that a lot of people wanted to beat him up. He was unlucky. No matter who did it, the words satisfying were really appropriate. Hu Ruoyun laughed and said, "Teacher, are you suspecting that I attacked Teacher Li Qingqiu?" The teacher's expression turned awkward. He paused and said, "According to the investigation, Teacher Li's enemy." Ahem. Hu Ruoyun said solemnly, Hu Ruoyun, swear to God that I didn't do it. In fact, my whereabouts these 2 days are all well documented. Even if I wanted to, I didn't have the time to do it. And Hu Ruoyun smiled faintly. This old grudge of mine has really been in the past for too many years. If you want to take revenge silently, there are too many opportunities. Why do you want to arouse suspicion at this sensitive time? There was nothing wrong with what he said. All the suspicions were washed away in one go. Sua Xiaoduo asked curiously, "Hello, teacher. It's been hard on you. I want to ask, is that Teacher Li's injury serious?" The teacher nodded and said with a smile, "This Teacher Li is very unlucky. Although it's not fatal, but all the meridians in his body are broken. His dantian is directly penetrated. His Jin Dan is shattered. His limbs are broken and his spine is smashed. I'm afraid." He shook his head and sighed. The others who heard this trembled all over. This injury. It was really better to die. If this Teacher Li Qingqiu continued to live like this, there seemed to be only one result, which was to live a life worse than death. Sua Xiaoduo sighed sadly. Teacher Li is too pitiful. What kind of deep hatred does he have? How could he be so cruel? If there's a chance, I'll definitely go to Fenghai to visit. The teacher smiled and said, Li Qingqiu most likely ended up like this because of himself. We're just doing a routine investigation. We don't have any other intentions. Sua Xiaoduo asked curiously, then why did you ask our teacher who? Because. According to another teacher and 3 students who were present, the one who did this was a woman. The teacher smiled bitterly. Actually, we're just asking casually. Because. There were 2 groups of people who did this. The first group stopped Li Qingqiu and the others. They didn't care about the others and only attacked Li Qingqiu himself. They directly crippled him. Then the others carried Teacher Li Qingqiu and continued to walk back. After walking for 100 miles, another woman came to seek revenge. Her target was also Teacher Li Qingqiu. She had nothing to do with the others. After seeing him beaten to such a state, she was still a little dissatisfied and broke all the bones in his body. All of them were women. Sua Xiaoduo was stunned and then guessed, it seems that this Teacher Li is probably a scumbag. Teachers, you might as well follow this line of investigation. Maybe it's the people who have been harmed by Teacher Li all these years who came to seek revenge. Sigh, this person can't be a scumbag. This is a fresh lesson. Long Yuxing, remember this. Long Yuxing. What the hell did I do to provoke you? You're using me as a benchmark. I just owe you a little money, is it worth it? As Sua Xiaoduo reminded Long Yuxing, he took this opportunity to look at Wan Lixiu. He saw that Xiu also opened her eyes wide and looked confused. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Wan Lixiu didn't do this. Then this matter was going to be interesting. Inexplicably, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. This can't be Teacher Mu. Can't be. Teacher Mu shouldn't be here. Right? Xiao Duo had an idea and murmured, "Could it be Teacher Ma? But he doesn't look like a narrow-minded person." Ahem. Hu Ruoyun coughed repeatedly and looked at Xiao Duo sternly. This guy is addicted to making trouble. Even if he wants to shift the blame to Jiangdong, he can't hurt anyone he catches. The high school teacher glanced at Xiao Duo and saw that Xiao Duo had lowered his head like a quail, looking like he had made a mistake. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "No, Huayong High School won't go so far as to." After saying a few words, the high school teacher got up and left. Then, he walked around a few times and found a few people. Finally, he found Teacher Ma Jiangxi of Huayong High School. Then, he saw Teacher Ma Jiangxi shake his head with a confused face. The so-called "won't investigate" was, of course, just empty words. Xiao Duo was puzzled. Who did this? I deliberately saved it to play in Fenghai. Chapter 336. On the rostrum. A high school teacher from the organizers stood up. He seemed to be a leader as he began to read the rules and introduced the 11 teams that had entered the current round. Then, it was time for the team leaders to draw lots. This time, there were 5 matches at the same time. They were all held in the first district and the first arena. The competition schedule was very concentrated, and the winning and losing principle was to win 3 out of 5 matches. This meant that if a team of 6 people was lucky enough, one of them would not even need to make a move to secure the victory. Or, if they were unlucky, the other 3 would not even need to make a move to lose. Of course, there had been cases of losing 3 matches in a row, and then the other 3 would win 3 matches in a row. In the end, it was a tragic situation of winning 4 out of 7 matches. The real-time ranking was as follows: Phoenix City 2nd High School, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Fenghai No. 3 High School, Yangluo No. 1 High School, Water City No. 1 High School, Southern G No. 1 High School, Shirko No. 1 High School, Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School, Tsang Mountain No. 1 High School, Dragon Belly No. 1 High School, Garrison No. 1 High School. There were a total of 11 teams, and no one was absent. Besides Phoenix City 2nd High School and Fenghai No. 3 High School, the other martial arts schools were all from the same city. It could be seen that the so-called No. 1 High School is the key. Mentality was almost the same in the entire continent. It was also the place where the geniuses gathered. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. The men wore black robes, and the women wore plain long skirts. They were valiant and formidable looking. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. They were all tall and slender. Looking at them, they were a scenery. 4 men and 2 women. They were outstanding. Fenghai No. 3 High School was dressed in black. No matter the men or women, they were all the same. They had a unique style. Water City No. 1 High School. 3 men and 3 women were dressed in snow-white clothes. The sword hilts were exposed on their shoulders. They were like 6 sharp swords that had been unsheathed. The cold light flickered, and they were indomitable. Yangluo No. 1 High School. They were all dressed in blue robes. The 6 of them were all men. They sat cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed. They did not care about their surroundings. The other schools also had their own unique characteristics. The most eye-catching people from Phoenix City 2nd High School. The first impression they gave was only one word: rustic. How uncouth. It was probably because these guys were wearing the school uniform with the school emblem embroidered on it. Originally, if this was the end of it, it would still be passable. However, the neat words on their backs, Phoenix City's second high school, pulled down the style of this set of uniform by a few notches. It was as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know that they were from Phoenix City's second high school. A martial arts teacher walked out with a box of lots in his hands. The drawing of lots begins. All team leaders, please step forward to draw lots. So a Xiao duo stood up calmly, and the 11 captains took a step forward from their respective teams. None of them continued to walk forward. Instead, they swept their eyes across the faces of the other 10 people. The 11 of them felt their faces burning at the same time, as if there were 10 different weapons circling around their faces. Behind them, all the teachers in charge stood up at the same time, retreated 4 positions, and sat down on the spectator stand. According to the rules, they were not allowed to stay beside the team. In other words, from now on, all decisions could only be made by the team itself. All the teachers in charge had a look of worry on their faces. Even if they were full of confidence in the team they were leading, there was no weakling among the remaining teams. No one dared to guarantee that their own students would win, take the lead, and come out on top. Even the teachers in charge of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, who had always had the highest chance of winning, felt extremely uneasy at this moment. After all, it wasn't as if there hadn't been strange occurrences before. The simplest example was that the first and second strongest teams had drawn lots together. After an extreme battle, both sides had suffered losses. In the end, a student whose overall strength was below theirs easily took the lead and became the champion. Although luck was also a part of strength, and a very large part of it, losing like this was still not something one could accept. Therefore, this drawing of lots was luck, but it was also a skill. So a Xiao duo was the first to speak, breaking the silence with a laugh. Ha ha ha. Everyone hasn't moved yet. I guess everyone is waiting for me, who is ranked first, to move first. No problem, no problem. After all, not only is our Phoenix City No. 2 high school ranked first, but now it seems that among the 11 captains, I'm also the tallest. So a Xiao duo laughed and took the lead to walk out. Why don't we just line up according to height and walk over together? It'll look so neat. The other 10 captains all rolled their eyes. This guy. Who wants to line up with you? Why should we listen to you? If we were to listen to you, wouldn't we become your accessories? Therefore, after Zhua Xiao duo, the 10 captains all stepped out and walked towards the high platform in 10 different directions. Neither fast nor slow, their footsteps were firm, and they moved forward courageously. The aura of the 10 captains was sharp. So a Xiao duo quickened his pace and was the first to arrive in front of the lot box. He said sweetly, "Thank you, teacher. Teacher, you've worked hard. When you come to Phoenix City, please let me know. This student will do his best to be a good host. Thank you, teacher, for your hard work today." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and drew the first lot under the teacher's comfortable smile. Without even looking, he retreated to the side. The next moment, the 10 captains came to the lot box and stretched out their hands at the same time. The host teacher, who was originally full of kindness, frowned at once. Originally, nothing had happened. Everything was normal. However, after seeing Zhua Xiaoduo's sweet-talking and extraordinarily polite scene, why did this teacher feel that these 10 captains seemed to be a little lacking in quality? The teacher has been standing here for so long. You don't even know how to thank me. You're stretching out your hands. Are you robbing me? What about your upbringing? What about your manners? He couldn't help but take a step back and frowned. What are you doing? Line up, one by one. I've already done everything for you in front. Why is it still so noisy? Where's your decency? The 10 captains' outstretched hands stopped in midair. They turned their heads and glared fiercely at Duo. This bastard, he had unknowingly led them into another pit. Damn, why did I say another? Duo, who was being glared at by everyone, still had an honest smile on his face. He looked at everyone with eyes full of encouragement and said with a face full of righteousness, "Why are you looking at me? Just listen to your teacher. Teacher has such a good temper. How can I really be angry with you?" The 10 captains were so angry that they almost fainted. If it weren't for the last trace of rationality holding them back, they would have attacked him on the spot and beaten this bastard until half of his body was paralyzed. This bastard had an innocent and honest look on his face. However, only those who were involved in the situation knew that every word he said was a trap, and every sentence had a hook. How could there be such a despicable person in this world? How on earth did he train to look so simple and honest? Was this talent, or was it because of hard work? With a belly full of anger, they took a step back and took turns to draw lots. When they were drawing lots, everyone said, "Teacher, you've worked hard." This sentence was originally very normal. However, after this, why did it feel so suffocating when they said this sentence? They felt suffocated, but they didn't know that the teacher in charge of drawing lots was even more annoyed than them. If you don't want to say hello, then don't. Every one of you gritted your teeth and said, "Teacher, you've worked hard. I'm really fucking a dog. Are you fucking saying hello to me, or are you venting your anger on me?" There really was no harm without comparison. Now they knew what was gold and what was rubble. After the drawing of lots, this teacher didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood on the stage and said a few words. "There's something that I didn't want to say, but I really have to say it." The teacher held the empty lot box with a gloomy expression on his face. Our Central Plains Longhu ranking competition is held once a year. The original intention was good, but now, there are really too many things that don't suit our Central Plains. One after another, they keep coming one after another. I have to say a few words. I'm just a teacher, and I know that my words carry little weight. However, standing here, I still have to remind everyone. What kind of place is the land that we're occupying? This is the land of ancient Chi and Guru in the ancient times. It's also the land of the saints in the legends, the land of etiquette. Not only that, it's said to be the ancient land of gods. In the ancient times, when students enter the examination hall, they have to kowtow to the teacher to thank him for his efforts. An invigilator, a teacher for a day, but a father for life. This is called etiquette. I don't expect you to know etiquette, and I don't expect you to be grateful for a lifetime. However, at the very least, you have to have basic etiquette, right? This teacher said resentfully, but I don't understand. Now that you've learned martial arts, carried the title of a genius, and achieved great success, you can disregard respect and completely ignore etiquette. What kind of saying is this? All the teachers here have come from all over the world. Their original intention is to recruit students for their own schools, but it's also for the safety of these competitions. We don't have anything else, only the school's salary and prize money. Coming here, we don't have a single cent of profit. Then, why did we come? After so many days of competition, who would first ask, teachers have worked hard before going up the stage. If we disregard a few extremely rare students, this sentence is almost completely unheard of. It seems that the teacher's efforts, maintenance, and everything else is what they should do. Everything is so natural and logical. Everything is fair and reasonable. Is it really so? Is it like this? Is it so natural and right? Tens of thousands of miles, coming here from afar, under the scorching sun, taking care of, maintaining, protecting. Is it so natural and right? This teacher's voice was stern. Where has your respect for your teachers gone? Where has your respect and admiration gone? Where is your gratefulness hidden? Have your manners and respect been eaten by dogs? Especially you 10 captains. As captains, are you supposed to set an example for others? Just because Sua Xiao Duo came up to greet you, you are dissatisfied, and so you are collectively indignant to this extent. You feel that you are being controlled. That you are being manipulated. That you are being framed. That you are being set up. This is supposed to be natural and right. How can it be a trap in your eyes? How can it be a trap? How can it be a scheme? Is your self-esteem and pride so unattainable and untouchable? Look at your eyes, it's as if you want to swallow Sua Xiao Duo alive. Why? It's a very normal thing, a very ordinary greeting. How can it be worth bearing such a grudge? Since you don't want to greet me, just draw a lot and get lost. Do you think I care about you calling me teacher? In the end, all of you are gritting your teeth and greeting me with an ashen face. Are you greeting me or cursing me? In the future, when you come up to draw lots, other than Sua Xiao Duo, don't greet me. I am just Xiao's teacher, and I don't deserve a greeting from you bunch of geniuses. On the stage, this teacher vented his anger for a long time. His face was ashen, and he left in a huff. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.